incomplete. I need you here tonight to cover up this empty sheets. 'Cause I'm incomplete. and I know I am the one. I have waited here forever. But all I know is what I'm told. This feeling cannot be controlled. Watch the stars when I am gone. Have faith in me, we will behold. The skies are cast, they are foretold. Watch the stars when I'm gone. When I am gone.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time now for the PUBG Continental Series Americas Group Stage Day 1. That's a mouthful, but it's going to be a whole stream full of awesome play and awesome ideas, thoughts. I got the best of the best with me. It's Hypoc. How you doing today, boss?
Doing good. Yeah, excited to get things underway. So it feels like it's been a long time coming since ESL. We're actually getting into PCS4 now.
Yeah. It was kind of like this weird holding stage. ESL was awesome, a great event, but the money wasn't huge. And I felt like a lot of the teams were kind of using it to sort of get their feet. It was like the starting blocks, like when you watch a track star, right? Like setting their feet, getting in their position. And this is that moment where the starting gun's about to go off and everyone has to make a statement, earn those points, get to the global championship. I'm hyped about it. Let's get into it right now. Let's talk about the format. Let's talk about what PCS4 is going to be. The open qualifiers are done. We're playing for the mustard now. Let's break it down. You saw the opens. The top 32 is advanced. Top 16 goes to round 2. It just keeps rolling. And the ultimate goal is to get to the grand final. But it's not just us, Hypoc. At the same time, Latin America is going through the same thing. The top 6 each go to grand final to meet each other. And the last 4 that basically are determined by a last chance qualifier. Are you excited about this sort of new addition?
It is, yeah. I mean, it's always nice to do a little twist on things, and I guess it makes the last 2 weeks, well, at least the last 2 game days, a little more exciting, right? Especially with a couple more different opportunities to qualify through.
All right. Could you hear that music? I hope not. All right, let's talk about the prizing. My alarm went off for the start of the broadcast. Oopsie daisy. Let's talk about the group stage cash. What we're playing for. It's not just bragging rights. It's not just PGC points and making the final. There's very real money on the play right here. So first through 6th place does take home cash. They're bonusing that $25,000 prize pool plus $1,000 in bonus prizes, highest kills. The bounties are back, and I am hyped about it. Then 7 through 14 go to the last chance qualifier. That's why you don't see them getting money. 15 through 24 get a slap on the back, a GG, and sent home with a $500 check. You don't want to be those guys. You want to keep going forward. That's how the group stage prizing is going to work. Let's take a look at the last chance qualifier money, though, just to give you an example of what money can be made there. That's a $20,000 prize pool with additional bonuses. Keeping in mind, it's a best of 12. So it is going to be a fast, furious, and only 4 teams make it to the grand finals out of there. But there is some more money to be made for the rest of the folks who don't make that final cut. All right, that's it for housekeeping. Let's talk about the groups. Everyone who has made it to this stage, Hypoc. The top 16 from ESL were invited, and then 8 more got in through the open qualifiers. Let's start with Group C. This is everyone who's playing, but A and B play today. So C is not here. Talk to me about C. What do you love out of that group? Is anything surprising you out of that group? What do you think about the open teams that made it?
No real surprise. I mean, it's good to see, obviously, the familiar faces back, some very familiar faces back from last year. Lots of roster shuffles, though. A lot of these guys, I mean, if you haven't been keeping up to date, especially not seeing a few teams present in the ESL, at least in the final stage, lots of movement to go through here. But it's good to see some players coming back, some teams coming back, and some new logos here. That's always exciting to see in North America.
And let's dig into that. For the record, before we change to the next one, the order you see those names are how they were seeded into these lobbies so that you kind of know who was the best coming in, etc. Let's look at who's playing today, though. Get a little deeper. Group A versus Group B. And the crown jewel of Group A that we're going to probably have to talk about at great length going forward. And I know that it's going to just transition, right? Everyone's going to be like, you go from loving STK, now all you do is talk about TSM. Nice of them to give us a 3-letter sponsorship. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, it's going to be Hot Topic again. I mean, at least we're only swapping 3 letters out for another 3, right?
Exactly.
Surely it can't be that. And thank you, actually, for changing that. Shout out, Tim.
Nice.
CD6, man, on the production, switching that over to the right color, that logo.
I thought it was, no, that was on purpose. See, we kept it kind of dark so that nobody was like,
we were supposed to jazz that up. That was supposed to be a transition. It was like,
It was beautiful. TSM has left Europe and is in North America now. I wasn't supposed to be that excited about
welcome
it.
home.
Welcome home, right? It's exciting. It's exciting for me, though, because I'm reticent to give too much worship to any team because obviously, like, I don't like to play favorites necessarily. But if there is a group that I feel like has deserved a big sponsorship or a big signing with an organization that is as storied as TSM, it's STK coming into this. They have been working so hard under their own banner for so long, Hypoc. This is exciting, but do you think it is also dangerous? There's a lot of pressure that comes with a big name.
I mean, yeah, we start talking fan bases. It's a difficult conversation topic to go down, Steve. But I mean, yeah, very deserving. And I think these are guys that really can slot in under that brand and deliver, to be honest, because they're, like you said, it's the work ethic that's been the biggest kind of talking point for this team. And they've grinded it out. So absolutely deserved. And it's good, to, like I said, to have a new logo in the mix here in North America.
It is. Talking about the other logos out there, are there any other teams in the groups A and B that you're kind of like, I'm hyped to see what they do? Maybe surprised to see them here? Give me some other insight.
Hey, I mean, coming through from, well, at least watching them along the last few weeks, it's great to see the Rumblers back at it. And obviously, you know, my boy Valiant stepping back into things in terms of competitive PUBG in the Americas region. So that, for me, is definitely going to be a highlight, especially see if they can continue at a former Spicy Fish. I mean, big story in ESL, fantastic performance from them. Obviously, that's on Civil's new team with Roth Sharpshot and Keenan. So there are a couple of names in here that are really excited. Like I said, last year, there wasn't an awful lot of new teams at least coming through. And we talk about, you know, the middle of the pack in North America last year. I think that's buffed out massively this year.
It really has. We've seen a lot of sort of up-and-coming talent break in. I'm excited to see, like, say, Team Edge, for instance. Yes, there are some teams that have come through opens. You know, Team Eternity is there. But when you look at their roster, it's Vexel, Steel, Soup, Jumbi. These are people that we've seen play. We've seen around the scene for a while. Edge, on the other hand, do you have a lot of experience with these players? I can boldly say I don't know them particularly well in terms of past competitive level experience.
No, I mean, a couple of names have cropped up here and there, but to come together as a roster and already make it this far, already put them on my radar at least. And again, you know, watching the last couple of stages of the Open qualifiers and seeing a few. There's always some names you think, oh yeah, I recognize that one name off there, maybe from whether it be pubs 2 years ago or some scrim teams or some mixed teams that have played in scrims and things like that. So those are the sorts of teams we're on about this year is to get some more names in the mix. You know, maybe build a couple of new superstar stories.
And it feels like that's what we've been seeing. I mean, like if you look at 4FM, Afromaniacs, whichever one you want to go with, you know, as we do this cast here, that to me is a team. It's made up of Free Me Please, Greg Shot, Light Show, Supernova, and coached by Woe. To me, these have been kind of career journeymen to a certain extent. People who have been grinding in PUBG, who have just been waiting to find that right team synergy. And we've seen these sorts of teams crop up a lot over the last year, particularly during sort of COVID and the isolation, the ability to play from far away. And a lot of these teams have created superstar players that have been really moving up and making the caliber, I think, of North American PUBG in general significantly stronger.
Yeah, for sure. And then, again, that was the thing always. You think back kind of to when I was last playing kind of 2 years ago, there was a handful of North American teams that you could, I guess, talk about on the international stage. And coming out of PGIS now, I think in terms of expectations for the region, you know, Sonics have absolutely over-delivered for them. Not to say, you know, some of the other teams underperformed, but to have a North American team come out and win PGIS and it be the one that I'd bet, you know, 90% wouldn't have bet on. Because obviously, you know, previously SDK were the ones with the best kind of international track record, so to say. I guess that's the most appropriate, but that's the exciting thing now for the Americas region, especially with this cross-region kind of combination now. You know, a lot of people, it's harder now to get to the final stages for this region. So
100% true. Let's we can get rid of the graphic, show our beautiful faces. You know, because I want you guys to see the shirt that I put on, and of course, you know, Hypoc with his always an open shirt. Can't get over it. Absolutely love it. It's so beautiful. But here's what I want to ask you about: STK, now TSM, played. I don't want to say they played in ESL. They bamboozled the lobby. Like they made everyone feel silly to a certain extent. Yes, they really did. So, but what does that do to everyone else? As you look at this lobby, there's a lot of great teams in here, but there's also teams that I think expected to do much better. And whether or not they thought they'd win, they didn't expect to be spanked by STK at the level that they were. Do you think that motivates? How do you like? What are these other teams up for doing? I know you got a thought.
So for me, and it always comes to, I mean, you talk about SDK and the group stages being the ones where, last year at least they massively overperformed. And unfortunately, the thing for them always comes down to consistency, right? It's delivering at the right time and maintaining that. I've always said that, once SDK pulls ahead, they're the worst team to try and chase because when they get in coast mode, they're doing their thing, man. They're out there. They're basically death matching, right? They don't care about circles. They'll play edge. They'll literally just play to secure points. And it's so difficult when you're chasing something and you have this additional layer of threat, which is we have to survive, right? We can't bank on just posting 6 points every game and not having to worry about the macro element almost. So for me, yes, it's good to see SDK perform as well as they did in ESL. But the big question comes back to look at last year, right? What happened? Things really, really kind of dropped off, and they struggled to really get anything going throughout PCS2 and PCS3 last year. So for me, once again, they've kind of set themselves up. They set their own expectations for that team now at the start of the year, and they got to maintain.
So let's ask about some of these other teams that first and foremost, the format's changing, right? This is the time that it's come. The way that we're doing it here in North America is, I think, a little more of a gradual incline for these teams to fight up. Yeah. We will be doing the most point system until the finals, at which point most chickens takes over. Do you think teams are developing specific strategies designed around this idea of what's it like to change scoring halfway through essentially a tournament? Like, do you have to plan for that ahead of time?
Yeah, and I think, PGIS is a very good indication of some teams that did struggle with that. It was knowing when to play one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
And to be honest, TSM's probably one that I'd put under that is the number of times we don't see them win a game, but they're able to post a comfortable amount of points. That's going to be a very big learning point for them to take away coming into when we do transition into the new rule set, right? Whilst we're still on the most points rule, it's not going to matter so much. They can keep doing their thing. But players, coaches as well have openly talked about, having to really double down on that ethos of, you got to win the games that the game kind of sets you up to do so.
Right. Yeah, because in the old days, you could maybe throw one off and bounce back, but that option's not going to be there. And we've been tracking events since it was announced, the most chicken format. We've been watching the Predator series. We've been watching what's going on in Europe and everywhere else, kind of tracking the chicken. To a certain extent, the chicken, at least for first place, has often reflected the team that also got the most points. But that does make a challenge for those who are looking for second, third, fourth, because something that we don't talk about a lot that's a big deal is PGC points. This is going to matter. And I know, real quick, before we start talking about PGC points, I know y'all are like, start the game. I feel the same way. Honey Badger isn't in the lobby. When he gets here, we'll get going. But we want to make sure everyone starts this event in the best, most fair way possible. So we're going to give it a little extra time, and then we'll get rolling with you guys. So PGC points. These did not exist when you played Hypok. When you were there, it was kind of like you had to play your bum off in every event because if invites happened to be a tournament format, you wanted to be the team that the TO thought of, right? You wanted to be like, oh, GLL is thinking of a tournament. I hope they think of Optic. PGC points kind of changes that a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And obviously the way that it scales throughout the year, it's I think it's appropriate the way that you can kind of address form, but if there's one thing that teams don't want, it's to start a deficit. And like I said, to have that secondary layer of pressure of playing through an event and worry about prize pool and placing well to ultimately get paid for a lot of these teams, right? But also then kind of being out with the race, 6 months into the year is going to be a really difficult position to dig yourself back on because then you're relying on a top 3 placement. And with teams like Sonics, TSM, and Oath, the way they play so consistently in terms of placing, and even actually Zenith last year, it makes it very difficult because that stack of PGC points is always towards top 4. Obviously, with the way that these kind of regional, I guess, slots are equated for the global events.
And I think to a certain extent, there's also something else that we don't really consider because it's never been a thing in esports before. COVID, I don't want to say it's coming to an end. There's a lot of chaos around the world right now, but it sounds like live events are starting to be considered again and get back into play. And you never, firsthand, you never know what's going to happen with visas. You never know when an outbreak might happen somewhere that keeps you locked in place. And so getting points in digital events or times when your team is able to travel, that's a big deal because we saw a old TSM at PGIS. What happens when a player can't make it to that event? It can crush you completely. So you got to stack those points early. You got to stack them. All right, looks like the game's about to get away. I was going to give you, and I was like, I think I just answered the question I was asking. So let's just move on to something else. You know how it is. I saw the lobby starting. Honey Badger got here. He does give
about time, man.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah. I'm glad. I'm excited. All right, so game is about to start. We've had a lot of roster changes after ESL. Was there any particular roster changes that you were shocked by or excited by, perhaps?
I think it's been a long time since I can say, there's anything. Again, the North American region has been there's been a lot of turnover. We'll put it that way. It's been a long time since I think I've been genuinely shocked by some, but it's always exciting to see, or whether it be players that have been around for the last 3 years or so, kind of rejuvenate themselves and step into a different roster. The big one obviously for me is hardships. That's going to be a big talking point, I think, over the next few weeks, because it's a very seasoned player that's now missing from a team. So performance wise, there's going to be a lot of eyes on that.
Maluk, for those of you who are curious, not there anymore. A shock for a lot of people is somebody who's been a
household name.
A pillar of NA PUBG, one of the winningest players. Talk about just tournament wins and placements in PUBG history. So something to consider. It is going to be a big deal. Let's take a quick look at the map schedule for today. And then it looks like we're about to get into game. So the players are loading. The plane will be up shortly. 3 rounds of Erangel, 2 rounds of Miramar, and then we're back again tomorrow. So it's a lot of PUBG. We're going to play 6 days of 5 games. 30 seems like more than enough to just look at the points and say the teams that deserve to be in that top 6 deserve to be there, Hypoc.
Yeah, I definitely think so. But actually, we're about to hop in, Steve. I don't know if we just get word there.
Thank you. All right, let's do this. So it was supposed to be a 6 to 8 minute pre-show. Let's talk. We got a little long getting Honey Badger here. I think it was fun, but the podcast has ended, friends. It's time for the PUBG Continental Series for Americas to get underway. The plane is in the air. It is as fair a plane path as you can get to start, Hypoc, and we're zooming in on the captain of the newest addition to North America organizations, TSM's Purdy Curdy, as they get ready to master their first drop.
Ooh, it's good to see that logo, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is.
Good to see it here in this lobby. Well, actually, I should correct myself. Good to see it in this lobby. I'll leave it at that. Actually makes a change to start off with a fairly forgiving plane path here, actually. One thing I was talking about, and it's going to be interesting to see if there's a recurring thing again. I don't know if you remember, Steve, I was talking about kind of TSM's conditioning of the lobby already so early on in the year with how aggressively they were playing the early game. And again, score-wise, leaderboard-wise at least. Oh, hold that thought.
What?
Yeah, it looks like we've got a little bit of an overlap here.
All right, so we'll get into the action early on as we've got 2 teams jumping straight in to mix it up. Edge and Gravity, is this the right choice? Is this how you want to start your 30-game series, Hypoc?
I mean, if you want to secure your landing spot, you got to commit. You got to take this fight. You got to fight for what you want. See, Baddy, actually, you're going to get a nade in. Decent audio cue on whoever that was inside the upstairs bathroom there, but doesn't actually get a kill on that. Looks like initially everybody's comfortably got down and at least got themselves a building to hold on to for the time being. I did actually see, was it Spicy Fish and Gas Cans actually getting into it over just outside Milter as well. So 2 lots. Actually, Baddy going to open things up.
Batty gets the ducks back to the stairwell, got the knock, the smoke covering him on the retreat, make sure there's no flush. He's calling for backup, but Edge is coming hot. Batty goes down as they push in and look for the res. Nana gonna come in, play a little bit of defense. Batty got a good start with that pump shotgun, but Team Edge, they're not playing in Pachinki, they're in Rich Chinky because they are literally stacked with weapons. They landed, pulled barrels, SLRs, Uzis, everything needed to start this thing right, and now Gravity is down a man to start. That said, though, we've still got D-Rich. We've still got Morrow. These guys can play, and they can play Pachinki very well. So there's a chance that they pull it back on Edge. But you got to feel good. If you're Edge, if you're coming in, if you're a team that not a lot of people are familiar with, and you manage to get the res and start this fight in a 4v3, that's big news.
It is, yeah. And actually just looking at it now, with obviously, I mean, yes, Gravity have lost a man, but to be honest, to the way it's looking loot-wise, I mean, I saw a micro Uzi, 2 pump shotguns, and an AK. That's all Edge have to work with here because they focus dropping onto one. You can see now actually a little bit of pressure coming in from Morrow at distance with a BSS, but actually equipment-wise, Gravity have the upper hand here with Edge being kind of almost smothered in this position now.
Yeah, Edge in that collapsing for the res put everybody in the same spot. And now Gravity able to sort of come out and move around them. The question is, Gravity seems like they're not going to push too hard. They're using maybe a Venus strategy here. They're going to hold some corners, wait for the opponents to push them. Because if you can bring it back to a 3v3 here in Pachinki, that gives you, like you said, with the better gear, the advantage. And since you found so much early, you don't have to go out there. Right now, Edge is being forced to try to find more competitive items, whereas Gravity can play a little more strategic and try to collapse on them. So we'll see how that pans out. You can still see the micro Uzi and the pump shotgun being first line by Edge. Edge finally replaces that pump, but it's not optimal. Let's jump over real quick to check in a Liberate and Tactical 8 as they make the transition. Both share a suffix, but they don't want to share the rotation as they open fire on Liberate, and he's forced to go off in a way he'd prefer not to. Crop, though, only 30 bullets left, can't really pursue this.
A couple of actually both teams kind of dive towards Cube here, get some early positioning down. I can understand and respect it. Neither team really wanted to give too much away in the form of damage or a kill or anything like that. Not necessarily worth fighting for with all this space off to the north as well. So Liberate wisely going to pull out and actually spread quite far. It's Ufa's actually all the way over towards New Combat, just outside Zaki Crossroads. So it'd be tricky for either member of Liberate here to really try and pressure onto Tactical 8. So got to give Cube up, but I said things actually not. Oh, actually, no. Yeah. Honey's managed to slip away here and a couple more weapons. So actually, now it kind of pivots back towards Gravity here to be the aggressives in this fight.
Absolutely. Edge has managed to slide out a little bit. We'll keep an eye on this fight. The problem is both of them are sort of entering into a situation where whoever wins is no longer the winner. The Circle, while the plane path was about as fair as you can get, the Circle said deuces and has yoinked up towards Zarky. So that's anybody's game. When you talk about this Circle, Hypoc, the Bay from Georgia Pole, the North Shore, the river makes it so there's not a lot of places where you can kind of, quote unquote, play the odds with your early game placement.
Oh, that's actually 2 knocks come through here, Steve, as well. It's actually 2 more members of Gravity going to be down. So Edge still making use of that man advantage. It just comes down to Marrow now. So he's in a really tricky position to do any more damage or at least post some points before falling out.
Yeah, I mean, at least make a statement because right now, if he doesn't get something, then Edge can talk to them during the downside. Said, we took 4 out. This is our house now. Mara wants to fall back. He did get a knock, but he had to run. Great usage of that Molotov. But now it is just pure aggression. They have to chase him down. They're going to do so. There's that peek around the stairwell. Opens fire, knocks him down. Gravity is crushed under the incredible mass of Edge.
Yeah, it's always important to win the first hot drop. First one, especially of an event, you know, if you're going to go through, you're going to commit to it. It's always important to win the first one. So now, obviously, as things do progress, the pressure lies actually on Gravity of, do we switch things up? Do we move out of our comfort zone, maybe go and contest the team elsewhere? But a big win there, especially to keep 4 alive from Edge coming out from the drop.
It's huge, especially if you're a team that came out of Opens. Not a lot of people are hyper familiar with. You threw down the gauntlet on game number 1. And to be honest, Hypoc, to a certain extent, if I'm an Opens team and I can say for the rest of my life, I won Pachinki on the first drop, that's going to feel pretty good, to be honest.
Again, the big question is what happens with Sonics in the lobby, right? So, you know, how worth is that fight? You know, are you going to double down and drop there regardless of who it is? Because that's not a hot drop I'm taking, I'll tell you that, Steve.
It's not, but if you want to be edgy, that is the way to do it. Let's jump over to Retaliative as he takes a couple of shots. Remember, drive-by meta got slightly nerfed, but it doesn't matter at this level of play. 10% means nothing to them. They will still get tons of kills as we watch this happen. D-Treats from the Houston Hard Shifts going to move in here. This is the new Hard Shifts lineup. For those of you who might be experiencing it for the first time, there's no Luke, but they've been playing pretty well in scrims.
Yeah, they have. I mean, D-Treats was I can say, a headline player last year. Really, really did perform and made a name for himself once again, I say, within the region. So good to see him slot in here. You know, actually see, I was trying to keep an eye on this on the map. TSM actually are running a little bit split. You can see actually Luke 12 down here trying to, I guess, posture up and pressure some of the teams coming across the bridge here towards North George. But the rest of TSM actually playing up towards the hill, and the ice cream actually just slightly north of that. So, again, good setup from them. I think I get a good feel for kind of how many teams are crossing over, how many teams, you know, are going to be playing towards their north and making forward plays. But actually, let's come back to the hardship. So they did actually, they are sharing South George as well at the minute. So I have to see if that does continue.
Here's TSM. We got some shots coming out from Penta, the newest addition. Absolutely played out of his mind at ESL. And again, we see the knock and the lock. Nitrogen is gassed out as Penta drops him down, but it's not over. KEKW cannot find anywhere to call home as they try to make a second rotation and run into eternity. They're down to one player left. He has nothing but hopes, dreams, and a flaming sedan. The end is nigh, and that will be it for Winnie. Sad to see you go. Someone has to die first, and in this event, it is KEKW Kiers. Too bad. So sad.
Well, actually,
that's not. You're right. Gravity.
I was going to say Gravity.
I was trying, you know, put it in Pachinki fight. You
get
like bonus points, right? You got bonus points for that. Okay, so we saw that. We saw TSM with some pretty smart plays. KEKW with a really tough rotation going on right now. T8 with a good spread. There's a lot of teams that have been gravitating. We're going to jump to them right now. Zenith up on the North Shore. We know the Rumblers are up there as well. The Spicy Fish are playing that area. I don't like the North Shore, Hypoc. Why do so many teams end up in this spot on this circle? Because isn't it ultimately going to leave?
Well, I mean, with a circle like this, you know, some of the teams, you got to look at who's come over here. So it's Zenith, Oath, obviously Spicy Fish. These are teams that have had to, you know, come across a large amount of distance to get to this point. So actually, hold that thought, because Ascan somehow have got in front of Edge here, and Femme Fatale actually going to try and land some shots onto Nico's lands. The first few Shoreen actually going to come through, close that one out, and Ascan's actually coming from way far down south. So the fact that Edge is still here recovering from the hot drop, I guess just trying to wait out to see where their circle 2 is going to post. But
yeah, I mean, how can the Gascans expect that, right?
Exactly. Yeah, why is somebody still in Pachinki?
And we've all screamed that. How many times have we played this game, right? Where you're like, why is somebody still here? And that's frustrating. That said, the flipping knock that they got on Edge has put Edge in a very tough situation. Circle popped. You can see it on the map right now. TSM, you know, saying wonderful news. Love seeing that right out of the gate for them. Nana gets a nice knock on Adam. And I will give it to Edge, Hypoc. They are not scared to throw down.
No, they're not. And again, this is going to be really frustrating for Gascans to make it all the way here and have a team still trying to hold on to this area. At least, obviously, Circle now post, so whether or not either team's going to opt to pull out of this fight's kind of in garbage time, to be honest with you, in terms of the bigger picture. Femme Fatale still stuck up on the hillside just outside church, and I'll be careful here, actually, because it looks like Oldlist is on the hunt.
Yeah, there's no gold left in the claim, but the prospect is just screaming, "It's my mind!" as they defend. Purdy pushes from behind, gets a nice knock on Faux Show. He is down, a nice double, but here comes Penta on backup. Groza in the hands of the new TSM. Groza wins games. TSM wins games.
Oh, no.
Together, it seems unstoppable.
Look at this. Actually, yes, Spicy Fish. Actually going to get into it with Oath there on the pull-up.
Wow. Okay. Well, there's the flushes. So Oath suffering heavily. Balefrost turns and runs. I don't know where Rod is, but I think they should be able to make a save here. Snaker's flush. Balefrost flushed by Decimator from T8. So nice little steal there. Meanwhile, Purdy has knocked Greg elsewhere. The fight over the top of the hill has been absolutely ridiculous. Kick trying to hold. It's not going to work, though. He's so low. Like, that's the end of it. All right, he tried. He failed. but it was a noble effort. And the Spicy Fish playing clean. I was unhappy with what I saw from the Fish at the start of ESL. To see them have a good start here would be a big deal. But it's not over yet. We're back now to VTS fighting Zenith. Punij gets flushed. It is an absolute palava out there. We saw the early game drop fight. Everybody else on the map took their time rotating, and now we got 13 teams and not a lot of real estate.
Well, this is the thing we're talking about, and then we did talk about Oath and Zenith actually in particular. Spicy Fish, another one. Why do they gravitate towards the north coast so much? Because they're making these wide wraps, right? They're coming down right far from the southeast side. They're on the south side of the map as well. So it's a safe spot to kind of pull up and see the next circle, and then they can make a decision. Do we want to play edge here, or do we want to send it towards a more central position? And that's what you just saw with Oath there. Spicy Fish actually got towards that hill 10, 15 seconds ahead of them, but they've made very, very similar moves after making that circle one rotation up to the north to, some sort of safe space, so to say.
And for those of you playing at home who want to make your ranked game better, when we get a chance, we're going to flash you the map real quick because we just want to point out understanding the circles. If you look at it, there is Georgia Pole, Everest. There's a lot of map on the south side still in this circle. Not one team. I take it back. Edge has recently arrived, but Lord knows what Edge does in terms of rotational strategy at this point. Everyone else is north of the river. And the reason for that, Hypoc, is because of the settings at 4 that will basically force it to go north, right?
Yeah, it was at this point identifying which chunk of land sits which side of the river.
Does it?
Yeah, okay.
Edge,
we'll hold that
edge,
thought.
edge.
We'll hold that thought now because look at them on top of Everest now. They're in a really, really good spot to control the next shift.
Edge is playing 5D chess out here. Well done, gentlemen.
That's why they sat so long in Pachinki. What the hell do we know?
I literally was just like, what's Edge doing? And I just suck it. So cool. Well done, guys. And now they can move. They can move to compound just north. Like they have. Oh my God, there's nobody around. This is
CSM
huge
are making a dash for it as well, actually.
As they should. It's a smart play right now, and they may get there first, but Edge is covering from the high ground. TSM gets repelled. It's like walking into the locker room after the football game. You're like, nope, not today. Go elsewhere. Go back to where you were. The smell is not worth the struggle, and Edge now controls the entire south of the river as the gas cans decide to just troll up under a bridge. They're the only threat there right now.
And it's only one left for the gas cans as well. It's only Heikeman left after being camped over on the southeast side of Circle 1, at least, or I guess, entering into the southeast side of Circle 1. It'd be interesting to see how many other teams opt to make this cross. I've already seen Hardships come back across from the North George Bridge, get themselves back into South George. They're now at the Water Tower. Rumblers looking as if they're considering the same thing. But look at the minimap now. Some of these teams that are going to stay on the north side are just going to get boxed in next to each other as Zenith open things up onto Veritas.
Danny G going to try to find himself a better hiding spot. Does open on Zenith. Zenith has no options. Now, Sparking did manage to get Michael, but it is going very badly as he drops down. Out in the open, a nice turn and burn. Badger gets Danny. Tries to buy some space. He's got some smoke in a tree, and that is about it. Shinboy also very low. Going to try to get some smoke down and find himself a position to be defensive.
Pinched.
Down to 2 players just like that.
Look at it. They're pinched in between with Jazza repositioning here. Puts a lot of pressure onto Honey Badger and Shinboy to fight their way out of it. So it would be the ones to at least aggress. And that's exactly what they're doing here. They're actually trying to pressure onto. Look at that. It's a third party coming in. Pufat's actually going to find that one to Jazza. That will alleviate some of the pressure, at least, onto Zenith for the time being as Shinboy falls. Honey Badger, again, that third party just... at one point, it looked like Zenith were going to be able to benefit from it, but actually it's their demise.
Liberate, capitalize. That's what Liberate does great is they like to get in there and get those third parties. Great play by Poopface to open up and get that knock. Huge pickup for them. Now Veritas comes forward. Steezy B going to pop a couple of shots. He's been waiting for someone to come this way. He was hoping for a retreat that would give him some yummy kills, but not going to happen because of that third party. Circle is interesting. Meanwhile, while we're watching that fight, we saw the Houston Hardships have made it to the south of the river. Tactical 8 has taken the cube, so we've got some teams in good spots. Back over to Pooface as he knocks off some shots. Let's got to stay inside the blue. Okay, Circle.
North.
Jeez Louise, I see you. It kind of had to happen, right? In the phase 4 situation, it was going to go either hard north or hard south. It shows the north, but that's not so bad. The teams that went back to the south have options, Hypoc. There's ways for them to play this, whereas if it had gone south, the north would have been a just straight-up bloodbath.
Yeah,
Not
it
that it's
would.
not
I mean,
already.
the fact of the matter being that a lot of these teams that have stayed north are actually, done a lot of damage to each other. So
Yeah.
nobody's actually controlling, I guess, the one of the two choke points. Q Bridge
Mm.
is still wide open, but it's going to be difficult because TSM looking for that south cross. Now they've come back and they're controlling the bridge. The fact that they couldn't get hold of that compound means that they come back to the other side to play the flat top, and ultimately anybody that's now looking to cross back north is going to be in a world of trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the reality too, right? The teams on the south, whoa, caught that for a second. Veritas eliminated by the Ghost Ride. Not the way that I see kills most of the time, but kudos.
True Vegas style.
True Vegas style. He kills him with the Ghost Ride. William, Muimu. I like both ways. Comes up on top of the hill. He had a little bit of a scope there. I thought he was going to get a play on dodge, hence the hype. Nothing comes out of it. Now I feel silly. But he's got the SLR and the 3X, and I think it can cause some real trouble for dodge there if they walk out of that smoke line. Liberate playing very close to the blue. But this is that tough scenario. The teams that have been in the south outside of Edge because they've been in fights nonstop. Oh no! That was just bait, right? Like that was just he was waiting for it. Can Edge get back? What? Why wouldn't you hold that? Hypok, why did you jump in the water?
I think at this point, Heikeman's maybe just assuming this is a full team, so he doesn't want to commit to trying to get this. He's shown his hand now. He's shown his position. And again, with no other information, Heikeman's got to assume that there's somebody else there to back Nana up. As I say that, Hardshift's actually going to try and make the transition now. And like I said, TSM here already punishing this rotation. Kurt's got himself over to the other side of the street as well, looking to lay down some more damage. But he's got to be careful here on the pull-up.
So he does go down. Purdy drops. The car ultimately finishes him as Dietrich comes in. That Groza now out of play. TSM hurt the hard shifts badly, but losing that spot that Purdy was holding could open the door for some of the South teams to make it across. I think they might go the other way. You see Edge in the distance rotating away from this fight. Smart move. TSM still with 3 up, but that spot that Purdy was in was pretty key for them to keep control of.
Yeah, and it's difficult there. They've got to do an awful lot of damage of anybody as soon as they get close to Kurt, really to make sure that he doesn't die, because he's so vulnerable out on the right side of the street there. But look at this. Edge actually pulling up onto the backside of the street. Are going to potentially be able to clean up Heikeman and Dietrich. So 2 solos here.
Edge up over the hill. The nade is queued. He's going to go ham. He knocks it out, eliminates the gas cans. He may be called Nana, but he ain't your grandma, as he absolutely melts the last member of the Guadalajara gas cans. A very appropriate name at this particular time. Pempatal and Nana putting in some very, very good work and still taking the fight forward. I got to be honest. Look at that. Eliminates hard shifts. These guys just say no to passivism.
Yeah, really, really good first game for them. Again, considering, they came out of a hot drop in Pachinki. Again, they had to deal with, actually, Spicy Fish going to get pulled up on by just one member of Tactical Aid. Crop very quickly dealt with, and now Steezy BB thinking twice about pulling up, trying to get control of the ice cream shop here. Spicy Fish actually dug in here, kind of not even showing their faces until, I guess, actually, that was scouted out by Tactical Aid, and they assumed it was free to way pulled up there.
Yep. There's a fish in Hawaii called the rockfish, and it buries itself in the sand, and it chills there at a great spot, and when you step on it, it kills you. And that's how they're playing. They got a great circle. There's not a lot of cover in here, and Spicy Fish has a very high chance of catching the next shift. So they're going to be very, very happy with where they are. And with that defense, everyone knows they're there. No one's coming in. Detonator pops up on top of the hill, goes ham on Finna, but can't control the spray quite enough. Has to fall back off. William tries to make his peek up over the top, sprays through the grass. Meanwhile, Afromaniacs is eliminated. Detonator to the side. Hello Senpai on the left side of your screen comes up. It's a counter push. Preps the nade, tosses it over. A little bit of a sky burst. Molly to follow. Senpai moving up to the left. Going to find him. William is down. Detonator is down. Steezy, last player from T8, trying to hold the line. Senpai goes for the flush. Comes around, looks to the left. Gets the peek up on the high ground. Can he make it work as Steezy tries to throw the nades? Doesn't see him to the right side. Down he goes. Dodge. Very clean movement. They were disadvantaged at the onset of that fight, but they made it work.
They did indeed, and that's Tactical A, unfortunately, bouncing back from trying to make a rotation elsewhere. And I think Dodge is kind of, again, settling for what they've got, right? They just had to hold on there, and again, getting a couple more kill points to potentially not have many other options now is the best possible scenario for them as Liberate actually trying to make the cross now towards Eternity. Already some shots sent in, but they've got to pull up on the underside of this hill. It's going to be really difficult for Liberate to actually withstand any of this utility damage coming in. Jumbi going to send, look at the double nade come through. Ice Stick and Explosion go down.
First big look at Eternity in a fight right here, and all they do is they don't even gunfight. They just rain hell upon Liberate, who's on the low ground. So Liberate try to make a fight back. We do see Uncivil from Spicy Fish giving a little bit of help to the Liberate boys, but it is only Jason left. The rest of his team is surrounded by fire and brimstone, and the grenades keep raining down. Steel will go for the res, should have no issue getting it, as Jason doesn't have an option. If he pushes uphill, he dies to Spicy Fish. If he sits there, he dies to Eternity.
Yeah, I mean, this is really a byproduct of what I was talking about. Not many options for any of those teams that were still over on the east side of that previous circle now, and Liberate just getting absolutely picked apart on the pull-up. Just bigger picture-wise, CSM still able to exist down on the south side. Obviously did lose one, but Rumblers, we've got 4 members up over on the west side here in North George, and they're able to make actually pick themselves up a crate and the Wizard Tower just inside the circle as well. So it's all on a decent chunk of this area. I mean, everything in between the Rumblers and Eternity right now is dead space. It's not playable in this circle just due to the way the terrain is laid out.
And even the stuff outside of maybe where Edge is going to be kind of working this hill, there's just nothing. Most of these teams are going to have to play blue close. They're going to have to sort of wait it out, move with the blue so that they know that nobody's sort of working flank positions, and it may slow down just a little bit here once Jason is eliminated, right? Because Rumblers, TSM, they're both very happy with where they are. Spicy Fish obviously is not going anywhere. However, Edge are not scared of anything. And if there is a team that will crash push right now, it'll be them.
Well, actually, they're considering the pull-up. They're driving straight towards them. Spicy Fish, actually, Roth's going to deal with the first very easily. Actually, Waldo going to steal that one away. The rest of Ed's going to have to try and settle for something else. Look at this now. I'm going to pull up onto the Wizard Tower.
Sneaky.
Terry?
Oh, it almost
worked. I think he was like, yeah, where's the second guy from the car gone? But he actually tried climbing in the window there.
You know what? They are out, but it was a legendary start for that team. Came out of nowhere, fought their way out of opens, got all the way to 5th, and slapped some faces doing it. So kudos to them, but let's get into the meat and potatoes. It is Rumblers, it is Eternity, it is Spicy Fish, and it is TSM, previously known as STK, the Ironman of PUBG, the dominant ESL winners. Looking very good so far. I don't think they have that many kills on the board, but it doesn't matter. They've been playing very good placement PUBG, Hypoc.
Indeed. Again, losing Kurt when they did in an attempt to kind of control that bridge and rack up some easy kills, I've got to say, you know, in terms of people making that transition back to the north. So I understand it, but really, you know, a risk they can afford to take with the position they've got now, especially the way that this game has played out. Themselves a really good opportunity to at least put some placement points up on top of the kills they have already. Rumblers have spread pretty well along the west side as well here, Steve. So, I mean, depending on where this next circle posts, Rumblers arguably have the best access to anything that's central.
Yeah. They've got a great mic.
I was going to say, because anything central will cut Eternity out and Spicy Fish.
And like you said, Rumblers has the best migration potential, right? Like, if you're playing that ranked and you're looking at these final circles, having a good spot is cool, but you want to find a spot that also has 1 or 2 sort of pseudo worst case scenario exits. You don't want to be in the position Edge was just in, right? Where you have to push an entrenched team. Circle pops, goes to Rumblers and TSM. Spicy Fish and Eternity, I don't want to say they're swearing under their breath, but they are probably screaming out loud. That is a very tough circle for both of those teams.
It is, yeah. And at this point, I mean, you look for what points you can put up. Spicy Fish in a really difficult situation down to 2. Not really feasible for them to push the hill. So looking like Eternity might try and wait this out, secure these extra 2 kill points, obviously, and the placement point coming into this, because they ultimately have nothing to move towards. I mean, a car fort at best. I don't think there's any playable ridge for them to pull up to on the north side of the road.
Yeah, no, there is nothing. This is a very tough spot. So this is one of those locations when they kept redoing the Erangel map, you were like, could we maybe have a trench here? Or a broken tank? Or something? Because this is a very tough circle to play. That said, it does test something we don't always get to see, that sort of mid-long range DMR engagement. That initial knock is going to be very important for some of these teams if they are going to try and make this hard push gap. Right now, Eternity needs to try to maybe get a knock on a peeking Rumblers to open the door for them. It is just going to be a very difficult door to kick open. Now we got Eternity. Steel's going to go for it. He's pushing the lead, driving along in that Dacia, hoping to get through. Cherry smartly shoots out the top of the door to put down lots of defense. He knows you can't come in the front, locks them off as they try to get behind that berm on the other side of the road. This is actually next level strategy by Cherry. Great nade, huge bounce. Boom goes the dynamite. Down goes the Vexel. Soup gets low, tries to keep crawling, and Cherry is continuing to absolutely unload on Eternity as they are looking at Forever coming to an end rapidly.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, actually, Eternity making this move ahead of when Spicy Fish were going to be forced out of their compound. So they've actually, I was going to say, managed to survive this far.
Yeah.
Keenan, not much in the form of cover left, though. So unless he's able to steal one of these kill points away, he will shortly fall. He'll take up a lot of blue damage here, and it's early on trying to deny this point as best he can. You can see that will fall to the blue. Spicy Fish out in fourth, but I'm surprised. That's the Eternity have kept 3 alive. Junpei has actually managed to make the cross with just smoke cover.
It was an excellent push. I think a lot depended on the fact that they moved while Rumblers was collapsing a second player to the tower. That said, Spicy Fish goes out. Go ahead.
It makes it interesting now because Eternity have kept alive. Rumblers actually have fewer options here to really take a clean fight with TSM. Ultimately, once Eternity fall, they can play the north side, at least play the road barrier, right? And have something to play against TSM for. But TSM are considering a little bit of a vehicle rotation, maybe even a fort.
They're smoking, they're prepping for the rotation, they're juicing, they're gassing, they're revving the engines. It's go time. Hold on. I was excited. I was Fury Roading, and then now they're just going to do this to me. All right, there's the call. They're going to send out the first scout. The camera is on it as he tries to make that rotation. You know it's because they know they have to get to the north of the road to have a chance against the Rumblers. Drops the car. The car forts are beginning to be built. You brought it up. They go for a big spread.
Ooh, nice
shot out
shots.
immediately. Beautiful shot. Cherry has been on fire today so far, kicking faces and collected names. These guys came through the open. They are warm, and it is showing.
You know, Penta needs to make the same cross. I mean, Luke's actually just played towards some space here, relying on some smoke cover and the vehicle for the time being. But Valiant actually crawling his way towards the compound now. He's got some decent information because Penta's already put down the smoke cover for himself, so he can wait this out. Rumblers have actually got themselves into a position to punish TSM before Eternity now. Valiant waiting for the right moment to take this. Well, and the headshot and the second as well. Luke 12 falls.
That was hot. Valiant pushing through, gets that nice little knock. Drake's TSM down to 1 player left. Rumblers at 4. Eternity hunkered down at 2, and Rumblers going to take 2 fights at once. Valiant playing the blue line. He knows exactly where TSM has to move. He's going to move along, get there just around the gate. Takes a little bit of damage, but not that much as he works through the smoke, trying to find the last man. Takes the knock. He wasn't ready. The sound cue wasn't there. Penta gets himself up to 5 kills. The last man standing, a sight we're used to seeing at this point. Meanwhile, Eternity was knocked out by a nice play, Cherry, with the nades yet again. Getting praise, making good plays he stays up. There's the knock. 2 versus 1. Penta, the king, gets another, but ultimately, it is the Rumblers coming out on top with 8 kills and first place, but love to edge with 11. And of course, TSM, STK, call them what you will. That is a great showing for them on their first game as a signed team. Give me your thoughts on that match, Hypoc.
Yeah, really interesting endgame. I mean, there's a moment there where Rumblers take, I think it's Waldo that falls in the fray versus Eternity, and then Valier falls as well to Penta, just trying to hunt out that last kill, which again, timing-wise, a little bit of split focus. It didn't. I mean, it comes down to a 1v1. That's how awkward that almost became, actually, with just that one knock happening. But yeah, really, really good crowd control from Rumblers to make sure that TSM can't, I guess, set up in that next circle, or at least have something to fight from. Like I said, with Eternity keeping alive in that previous rotation, meant that Rumblers didn't have the space to flex out the way that TSM was trying to.
You know what? That love for TSM, love for everyone else who was there, but I'm going to give love to the open qualifier teams. Eternity, Rumblers, both showing up in that final circle, both making the top 3, both saying, y'all slept on us at ESL. We're here to get something done. More games to play. 4 more to go. Me and Hypoc will be back just a couple of minutes with even more action. Don't go anywhere. North American PUBG is back, baby. Welcome back. Game 1 is in the books, and the Rumblers come out the winners of that fight, and it was a brawl at the end there, Hypok. Two open teams, and the legendary STK slash TSM slash Ironman slash favorites come out
You're
strong.
doing the thing that I'm going to struggle with as well, which is now transitioning to call them TSM because it's been so long that we've called them that. But yeah, it's I mean, isn't it iconic to see Valier just making plays in the end game once again? They're a really, really interesting end game, as I said. You know, it's kind of that kind of knock-on effect there where Rumblers actually are in a position with Eternity surviving. They were the ones that had to kind of take that into their own hands, and they did just that. Just really, really good crowd control of making sure that there was a contingency in place to address both teams, both threats that were left.
And I'll tell you what, seeing Valiant and Penta at the end there was actually pretty exciting for me. Valiant is like a hero that I've been watching for a long time, an excellent player. Penta's been around forever, but has sort of recently been getting his flowers, and to see him sort of knock Valiant and continue to push in was kind of cool in terms of like the history of PUBG. Talk about history. Let's look at the scores from that match. The Rumblers get the win, 18 points total for them. TSM comes in at 16. Edge, open qualifiers team. Rumblers, open qualifiers. Eternity, open qualifiers. Like, this is, did you expect that when we started today?
No, honestly, that's definitely not. I mean, it's good for some of these teams to get a good start and definitely starting off with game one. You know, in terms of confidence boosters coming into a lobby like this with arguably some really, really stacked teams here. So big win in my book for them. Again, the question's got to come around of how often Edge are given this opportunity to once again play out things like that. You know, you could say stars align for them, leaving it that long to hang around Pachinki, and also Pachinki, let's talk bigger picture and other lobbies another time. But coming out on top of that hot drop ultimately put them on the right trajectory.
And to be honest, it's crazy to me. Like, when I see teams fight for Pachinki or any sort of drop early game, I write them off for the day. Like, I say, okay, I get it. This is a battle, but it sort of reminds me of that 4 a.m. digital athletics situation at PGIS. Like, no one's a big winner here. The fact that Edge not only did that, kept 4 up, got third place, got 14 freaking points and 11 kills, most kills on the map. Does that send a message to Gravity? Like, if you were Gravity, would you receive that like message and go, these guys are maybe a little more legit than I thought?
It's definitely got to be a consideration, yeah. And again, at this point with a longer format, you've got to really weigh up the risk and reward factor there.
All right. Game is getting ready to start. Let's jump back into it. I'm excited. I said Edge got third. They got fifth, I think it was. So I just want to correct that real fast. Another fair plane. Back to a wrangle. Game getting underway right now. Pretty much the same idea as the last one. Island split right smack down the middle. The only teams that are going to be a little salty, maybe Milta and maybe the gas cans because it's a late drop for them. But everyone should be pretty satisfied with this.
It should be. I mean, everything pretty much, at least the big landmarks, very much attainable with that plane path. Again, have to look for the same overlaps. And again, even though we didn't talk about it, gas cans and spicy fish getting into things is just off the drop. Whether or not that's just, again, plane path dependent. They're contesting vehicles down towards the Milta Bridge. But definitely, I mean, this time around, gas cans actually dropping out in the second half. So going to avoid that altogether. And with this one being a bit further away from Milta, I guess does change it up a little bit, but really Spicy Fish has got Zenith to deal with this time around. It's not gas cans.
Should be interesting as we see the drops kicking up here very early on. We'll jump to Valiate, who made a nice push. Essentially, yes, he lost to Penta, but the way that he played that game, it was a sacrifice play, right? It was like you're watching the World Series, you just need one run to win. So the batter lays it down close to the pitcher, gives up the out, and guarantees the win for his team. That's what Valiant did. He went in there, he made a very smart play, went down, but it opened the door up for the Rumblers to go 3v1. And I always respect good team play, and I feel like that's something I've seen from Valiant for time immemorial.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the age-old saying of Valiant making a play, right? There's a reason that's a phrase in North America's history. But once again, situation in Pachinki will repeat itself. This time, looks like Gravity may be going to be a little more respectful of space, at least early on. see them position a little further afield. But I mean, this time around, no kill coming through off the bat, and that was the thing that really opened things up last time. You don't see this often. 2 minutes 20 into the game, Spice, I guess, recovering from maybe having a little pressure in terms of where they were dropping for vehicles and trying to get across. And like I said, this plane was a little further away from Milta. They do have to reconsider things. Oath actually just now getting into position to start looting, so going to be very, very late on their transition once again. And previously they did have a long way to cross. We talked about this coming up onto the very, very north coast outside 70 to kind of find themselves a good, I guess, foothold in Circle 1 to consider the next rotation.
I will say the bright spot perhaps for Oath and Spicy Fish outside of they had a long transition, but the circle is close enough. They have time to loot. They can play edge. They don't have to make some sort of crazy massive transition. There's literally nothing worse than getting here on a late transition and then seeing the circle go to like Primorsk or Zarki and just hating everything about your life at that moment. So everyone's still in this. They should be in a pretty good spot. We'll jump over to Gravity where D-Rich is looting. It looks like we did again get the hot drop, but this time the two teams gave each other a little more elbow room. Hypoc.
Yes.
Yeah.
See you now. Lost. It's kind of from one way to the other.
Yeah.
Look at that. D-Rich trying to fly out the window, but Edge is stacked up to greet him.
Edge moves.
Look at that. They're actually moving as a death ball, man. Look at this. I was going to say a lot more cautious this time around, but even SMGs here, they're able to set up. Baddie now going to spring around and find another knock-in response.
So they move. Edge moves like locusts, and that's cool and all. The problem is sometimes when you're that close together, all it takes is one spray. He didn't get the entire team down, but Edge definitely had to fall back and split up. Gravity tries to make a little hop cross. Not going to work. Nana, nice kill with that gun. Knocks him down. Nice little play with the UMP. So that was a Vector that got him, and help from Honey. That's why they were able to get him down. Edge, what? What? Okay.
Zoverin actually just got dominated with the
Toffees writes in notebook. 3x UMP. Got it. All right. Baddie tries to play it out. He's the last member of Gravity. For the second time, Edge is close to removing Gravity from Pochinki with minimal losses early on. Baddie's got to try to make a play here. He's got the Scar, Iron Sight, moving quickly around the right side. May get spotted, though. You can see Edge is no longer bunched up. They're sending out some scouts to the side to try to make a play here. Meanwhile, Baddie's going to go to the bodies, hoping they'll be looting and maybe he can catch everyone off guard.
They're trying to find another angle. Actually, Honey going to get res, but doesn't look like he's going to get the med off immediately. Try and recover a little bit. But once again, like you said, I mean, Edge taking the fight to him, man, forcing Gravity, well, no pun intended, out to the edge of the city and really with their tail tucked between their legs there. That setup was fantastic.
Yeah, it was.
Be able to kind of collapse on that one knock and really put the pressure back onto Gravity. Now, a couple of other teams, Hard just managed to get themselves into double barns just outside Chinky for the time being, and Veritas set up on the edge of Potato as well. So a few more teams coming in. You're going to see this in the kill feed. And I mean, this time around, actually staying so late in that previous game, now they have the opportunity to drag this out as long as they need to.
Yep. Edge is hunting. They have no interest in standing still on this one. Baddie has been on the retreat. He's to the right side. There's the spray, and he gets rocked. D-Rich, Baddie, it doesn't matter. Both of them, they look like Samson in Pochinki as the entire town just crashes down on top of them. They can't stop Edge. Edge refuses to lose. The question is, Hypoc, and you brought it up last time, Sonics aren't going to be cool with this.
No. So again, if they're going to consider doing this throughout the entirety, I mean, the good thing is, with these games here where Sonics are in the lobby, build yourself a point buffer so that, if you do have to go elsewhere, you have to drop somewhere else and it's outside your comfort zone, then you almost have... Yeah, I don't want to say you've got a little bit of an allowance for it, but you've got a point buffer, right? These other games, you have to reset to a new drop spot, consider new rotations, a different set of teams to deal with in the early game, right? So the fact that they're posting these points already is a really, really big positive for Edge.
It's also worth noting right now, I know you guys know that formats are sort of changing at the moment. We are following the point rule, so most points advances at the moment, which means Edge can take those risks, right? Hypoc, they can go in there, they can get 4 or 5 points off of a chinky early fight, and if they happen to go out because they lost 3 later on, it's not that big a deal. When we get to the grand final and it becomes most chicken, that fighting for Pachinki, I don't think anyone's going to want a piece of that.
No, it's again, you know, if you're going to pin your hopes on winning a game on getting out of your looting phase, then it's a very different equation. So, again, it's something we'll have to monitor as things progress. But like I said, right now, Edge putting themselves in a really good position to build up an early lead, or at least a cushion for themselves.
Absolutely. You got to get that cushion before you sort of make your move and push towards the middle. That's sort of that loot scoot boogie philosophy. You want to make it happen. If you fight too early, it can really backfire. Now let's jump in with Oath. Snaker's doing a couple of tricks with his car. I love this spot. Great spot to scout from. Decent amount of cover. Easy retreat. And you can see both of Reds from there. So he gets a little bit of scouting. Maybe relocates the car into a little bit of a better dip. But he is very close to the spicy fish. Keenan knows. Keenan heard him. Keenan's waiting. He sends Sharp Shot out to the flank. He's got a partner with him. That doesn't look like an escape play or rotation from them. That looks like them wanting to kill Oath. Liberate. We'll take a look at Xvolution as he sort of sees Oath also trying to figure out how to play against Spicy Fish. Gets a little peek off, but Balefrost lets him know it's probably best you don't get involved, buddy. Best keep your head down.
Sure, just take a look at the map. Actually, a few teams, I guess, getting fended away from this early pressure. And once again, I mean, Oath are unable to really find I guess, their expected path back into this. I mean, your previous lobbies, and this is the good thing, right? Especially with this 2014 format, actually, it's rotating. You've got to kind of be equipped to deal with all these variables from the teams changing around so often. So Oath actually going to have to settle for a position over towards Shelter here. And looking at it, I mean, they're going to have to consider a wrap either way, the best option being towards the south. But interesting here how much they invest to kind of force Liberate off this position, because Liberate really holding and I mean, yeah, you could say playing for a shift this way, but sitting this out in the way that they are, they're kind of just gatekeeping, honestly.
You know, you bring up the format, Hypoc, and something that stands out to me as sort of looked at the start of this event and where the year is going, is the fact that this format's going to be tricky for the players. We got 24 teams with rotating, only 6 advanced, and there's last chance qualifiers. In the same time, Latin America is going through the whole thing. The top teams from those regions come to fight us. I feel like this is going to make this America's region incredibly strong when it comes to international play going forward. This is a meat grinder of a format with so many variances that people are going to learn. They're going to learn how to fight and change teams regularly. We'll get back to that in a second as TSM Purdy rolls right up on this compound. I don't think he knows anybody's in there. 1, 2, 3, bye-bye. The ambush is real. Edge continues to piss everyone off.
Yeah, it's actually cut out on scouting, which I guess been looking at for the time being. Luke actually going to trade back on as actually Halo cleans that one up. So Honey will fall. That brings Edge down to, is it 2 alive still? Yeah, it is. It's Femme Fatale. And actually looking at, over on the north side, actually going to get a lot of pressure. Hard shifts coming in. Veritas as well. Femme Fatale actually going to put some damage or some shots back on towards Halo on the hilltop. But now really not many options in terms of falling back if TSM decide to push on. Nana got problems of their own over here with hard shifts pulling up, like I said. Chuba and Dietrich's trying to take control of the flat top here.
Edge's
Veritas elsewhere.
Edge's strategy is locust stack early, then spread out, and all of us fight 1v3 against various different teams, so it would seem. As Nana tries to deal with the hardships by himself, Zenith going to blow by, maybe by a little bit of space for Nana to try to hide out or grab a defensible position. Femme Patel comes in to help. This guy hits, man. His first shot is so often head. It is mind-boggling as he goes in there and causes some trouble. Now Nana's going to jump down, go through the same door that Purdy went through, gets the open. They were going for the res, and he knew it, but it's not going to happen. Out they come. The push is on. He tries to get on the motorcycle. It didn't really work out. No helmet.
Just, a desperate clutch options there to try and get on. There you go, D-Treats. We'll deal with the final member of Edge, so they will go out in 15th place this time around, not able to really secure some early positioning after that hot drop. Just getting picked off one by one, like you said.
was like I love that. I just love that he jumped on the motorcycle. It was like a scene outside of a bar. Like, can I sit on your bike? No. All right, Oath gonna go ahead and get that rotation on. We saw a nice little knock there for a second ago. Honey Badger causes some trouble for Alo and TSM. I'm really gotta get this. TSM as they lose a player. This has been a bit of a cluster. Pachinki continues to draw the circle towards it. And because of the chaos that Edge started, no one's really been able to sort of settle in anywhere, because we saw a couple of teams try to grab traditional hold spots, Hypoc, and like random Edge players were tucked in.
It was, yeah, and actually with this, I mean, there's a mad dash. It was 4 or 5 different teams all making the same transition towards Pachinki. Again, you know, big assumption of where this is going to end. There's still arguably the 2 most important circles to see, but we have 4 teams down to the southeast that jumping on board here. Rumblers, Liberate, Oath, Dodge, all kind of scattered down towards this edge here and just trying to find themselves a foothold for the time being. Again, some of the teams that haven't banked on this coming in towards Pachinki, and ultimately, you know, the ones that have probably got the hardest route to get in there, right? They have the most ground to cover and arguably the most teams to cross in order to achieve that. So I think actually looking at it as just looking, Liberate's lost 1. And actually, not many casualties for any of those teams down there. And Oath, you know, was the one that was initially being gate kept over towards Shelter by Liberate.
Yeah, man, Gravity goes out first twice. It's just so rough for them. Edge out as the only teams that have been eliminated so far, as we still sit at that 14 teams, waiting for that circle to pop. It does. It goes sort of north of Pachinki, which is not wonderful for anyone. Someone can play the ridges, but that big open space in the field is going to be tough to sort of handle. And we may see something similar to what we saw in the last game, Hypoc. If that circle continues to move north, or even, never eat shredded wheat, northwest into that sort of ridge open spot, it could be a very similar repeat of teams that got there first are in a great spot, and the rest are going to have to make some very cheeky, sneaky plays to try to keep in this thing.
Yeah, lots of space over the top. But with this cluster of teams around on the southeast, I mean, you got to make that move now. With no information to wrap to the complete opposite side and get towards ruins, or at least the yellows down to the south, I should say blues. The yellows to the south of ruins now. It's going to be really, really difficult to make that decision. But Liberate looking like they want to just pull up onto the west side of Potato, and not a lot of space with where this next circle is going to post up. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting here because Rumbler's kind of trailing them, shadowing them in this rotation.
So and you know, Rumblers had a great start to the day, so they can kind of take a breath, right? There's something, is there something to be said? I won't say there is. I'll ask you, because you've been at this level. Is there something to be said for that first win? Does it take a weight off of you as a team to sort of make you go, I can take a few more risks throughout the day and maybe not stress out as hard?
I guess definitely mentally, yes, but with a format this long and with, you know, the teams crossing over and it being so difficult. Actually, hold that thought, because Keenan's heard all of this information. Actually, now it does pull the pin on the nade. So cooking this one out, trying to throw it towards Valley. It's going to do a lot of damage. Okay, maybe not. I guess it got stuck on something. It looked like it was bang on the money there, but
right.
I guess got stuck on something was actually completely nullified. So now Keenan's shown his hand at least, and maybe attracting some unwanted potential. No way! That's gonna send it!
Throws a Roth, comes in, he gets the knock, but he goes down in return. Now we got Sharp Shot trying to make a play to save Roth. Knocks down Waldo, the nades come in, smoke comes out to try to get the res. Civ up on top of the hill, trying to nose the rotation is coming. For defense, opens fire. Can he get a knock here? It's easy shooting, but nothing's hitting. Uncivil lets him on by, and the spicy fish, the Rumblers, no, Lowe's, how could you? Jerry into the pits as he goes down. Rumblers are eliminated.
No.
Oh no. When Civ missed those shots, Hypoc, I thought the Rumblers might pull it off.
Yeah, I guess Lost just hopping out a little too soon, or he took a little tick of damage just before hopping out, and that was what sealed the deal. But yeah, I guess not that much of a confidence booster, right? You know, win the first game, you go down in a, I don't want to say a blaze of glory there in Pachinki Fields.
It was a blaze of shenanigans. It was shenanigans. There was a lot of shenanigans there. And Keenan, if he had gotten that opening knock on Valley 8, I guess it would have gone the same way, but been a little bit cleaner. But it was straight chaos. Meanwhile, we'll jump over to Oath, try to find real estate. Everyone wants to live in Pachiki, but there is just no houses for sale.
What?
Relo says, if you're not moving out, I'm evicting you, baby. As he comes in hot, does get the flush, but Greg Shot follows, says, not today. That's what we say when you try to take my house away.
How did Relo even get that first knock? They hit him with the drop shot after hopping out of the vehicle. Kickstart fallen as well. Snake is now the last man standing, I think, for Oath. Yeah, he is. I mean, very difficult to get across and get that res and get Kickstart back on his feet because Snake is isolated on that one-story satellite. Just on the edge here, and Hardshift's absolutely foaming at the mouth to pick up this last goal, or at least prevent him from making that cross. There's no way he makes that cross at all.
Let's go, Fish.
Spicy Fish now. Yeah, well, after that big win over in the trenches, going to make their transition now.
Well, Roth ran
yeah,
out of
gas.
gas.
The shots were just trying to help him along the way. That was
well, it was almost. I think all of them hit Roth as they passed. So I thought they were just trolling him, but apparently he was out of gas, so they were trolling him because that's what you do in PUBG. You keep sharp by giving each other a hard time during the down moments, right? That's, I think, a key to every successful team. Liberate, trying to find themselves somewhere to go, slides to a stop, but that is not it. That is not it at all. They take some hits, but that car is not going to last. They're trying to build a bit of a fort, but Detonator is like raining hell on them, as is Steezy. There's a knock. Ice Tech doesn't even make it. Crop finishes them. Why did you stop? I don't.
Yeah, with this much real estate still in on the north and I guess around the edge here, you can't pull up to a spot like this early. There's so much pressure, and I mean nobody else is really under the same amount of pressure to make any moves, so they can sit there and lay down this pressure before the blue forces them to move. So Liberate, unfortunate in that aspect, and actually from the other side here, getting opened up on by Eternity.
Nobody can get a clean shot though. The second you start,
Liberate straight out.
Yeah. Well, the second you start, somebody else shoots you from behind. It's absolutely crazy. But the Spicy Fish are here. Gas cans have the high ground. Fish want to play. Fish got the Groza on hand. Ooh. 4 men up. It's time to go. Keenan gets the knock on Nikos, making it a 4v3. Spicy Fish down on the downhill still. You can see the nades coming out. Adam going out to the side to try to find himself a flank. Roth raining down hell from the high ground, smoking it off to make sure they can try to get a little more aggressive. He is going to lead the charge with that Groza up on the right side. Gas down to 3. Spicy still with 4, but licking their wounds. They've taken some big damage from that early grenade rain. Smokes starting to run out there in the middle section. Stiv and the rest of Spicy Fish staying strong as a team. Roth goes out to the right side looking for the flank. Doesn't see the player up on the right side. Flash going to come out. Roth sees him. Has to change to a gun now. Opens fire. Civ goes down. Roth trying to aid his team. Gets the open. Gets the knock. That's going to be Sharp down. Oldest is out. Roth gets that kill. Keenan trying to make a play from the low ground, but it is down to just him and almost no health on Roth. That vest is broken. Keenan is in serious trouble right now as Adam tries to move up on him, but Roth's got the Groza, and Grozas win games. Spicy Fish win, but it cost them dearly.
Yeah, and actually dodged this whole time. They've got this time and the space to set up to try and third party this. And they've got numbers on the fight, so they must know exactly what's left. After this fight's gone down, a big nade comes through from Finna, does 78 damage there. And now Lampalot going to call Hello Senpai over. Vegas left to play anchor, so a really good opportunity for Dodge to clean up the remnants of Spicy Fish. There you go. Lampalot will land the second. Keenan will fall. Roth, the last man standing now. He's actually going to hop in a vehicle. I guess Cut has lost this and try and play survival here.
Tries to get away. Dodge goes ahead and tries to buy into that dip, get themselves knocked out, but Roth manages to survive for the time being. Free me, please, hits him. Everyone who's gone into this field has died a horrible death. Barrett Jazza looking to play, goes for the drive-by. Easy peasy. They came from 2 sides, and now they will add the loot and his car to their fort.
Well, yes, Dodge have a little bit of an opportunity to pressure onto them here. As you can see, Tactical Aid did come into the spot that Liberate tried to play very early on. Jumbi actually going to get a knock onto Crop and onto Detonator as well, but will fall to the, not to the blue. We will clean that one up, but yeah, Tactical 8 is actually beaten in the behind for trying to gatekeep the edge there, because it's just down to Steezy BB now as Keck W Gears come across and try and clean the fight up.
Yeah, I don't think he's got any chance of really going for those reses, so they're pretty much dunzos. Jumbi got that double. I think that was the issue, is they did not expect Jumbi to be able to pull out a double there and really knock down just to Steezy at the end. So great play by him. VTS coming in. Veritas trying to take the high ground. Penta holding the top of the stairwell. Gets his nades queued up. Got a knock already from the initial push. And this is almost impossible to get up these stairwells, man. Yeah, it's just raining.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Ooh.
No way, man.
Wow.
TSM absolutely destroy Veritas there on the backside of the Prior building. Wow. And again, down to a duo. We know they took casualties very early on, but once again, showing us that pedigree. I don't even want to come back and say the previous three letters, but TSM putting up kill points.
I mean, they may change names, but they still run utility better than anybody else in the industry, as they don't even have to really fire too many shots to end that fight. Vegas pops off some nice shots. Such a sad click when you run out of bullets there in that situation. But he did it. He's going to go ahead and get that reload in, and it is going to buy a little bit of extra time for the Keck W Kiers, but not much, as Finna actually ends up getting that knock, but Vegas gets the flush. Cheeky.
Yeah, that's a tilt to that when you get your kill stolen away. At least it's a teammate that did the stealing, though, in this scenario. Keck W, actually, Winnie going to respond. We'll get a knock on to Finna. Maybe alleviate some of this pressure here, because the very open sight lines. There's only really smoke cover and a rock. Actually, Nitrogen going to get a second knock here, so Dodge will lose two, at least for the time being, and actually give an opportunity for Keck W Keys to punish this. They can reset and get Finna back at least, but it's going to be a trickier one. And there you go. Winnie's actually going to confirm with a nade.
All right, so Tactical 8 is eliminated after what we saw earlier on. They ran into hard shifts, and the hard shifts taught them the hard way that there is no advancing into their house near Pachinki. The circle does close just west of the P, and the compound that TSM and Zenith are sharing are the power compounds. That said, teams like Keck W and Dodge will be looking to rack up some points on the fringe, because it is going to be a very difficult end game for them. So these edge fights can actually be very valuable, Hypoc, if you can pick up maybe a kill, 2 points, something like that, and a placement point before going into the final push against TSM and Zenith, who, to be blunt, are in almost insurmountable push spots.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the only spot really on the north side is where Keck W are trying to pull up to here, but Hardshift's able to pressure that on the way in, and actually it's Penta that gets the knock here onto Nitrogen. Make things even more difficult for Winnie as well, as he's got to opt for something else. Dodge now seeing this, going to try and wrap round to the west side and I guess clean up Winnie, deal with that and give themselves some space, but
they want the rock. Everyone wants the rock. The hard shifts been working their way slowly. Dodge is trying to do the same thing now that they saw that fight break out. The team that survives and gets that does have a chance. If there's a north shift, it's actually a really strong position. That's all you can do, is you can hope. Dodge will continue to send Hello Senpai down towards the rock, but will then pull Lampalot and Finna down back towards the south side. So it looks like Dodge was going for a couple of different potential plays. If they can get there, if they can sneak past the defense that Zenith puts out, because I don't think the Hardships want the rock. They've got this little hill berm. Once the circle closes, that spot that they are becomes a veritable fortress. Hard to push out of, but if it's a hard north shift, they're in golden.
Snake is actually still going to be in, at least until this circle closes here. It's thrown up in the top of the church. Yep. Love to see it. Again, some much needed points for them. It was it a 0-point game one? It was, I think. Yeah.
No, I mean, I love seeing Snakers do this. He's great at sort of holding those cam spots, lasting late if he needs to. And the beautiful thing is, you don't hear, the only rattle you hear before he kills you is the sound of his gut. So he's even more dangerous than a traditional Snaker. And we'll jump over to TSM. Luke 12 has been holding this compound. TSM has been very consistent with the placement so far. Luke 12 is the last man standing, but they've been spending their, what do you want to call it, life capital, taking very strong compounds, Hypoc.
No way, and Snake has just found both knocks here. And a lot of damage onto Free Me Please as well. No more utility, unfortunately, to close that one out. But yeah, I mean, a molly would literally spread the entirety of that ground floor. We'll get the knock here. Sorry, the flush onto Greg shot. And actually going to try and reset for the res here. So Snake is making the right move to push down.
Very, very smart. Plus, it's a threefer. If he can do that, it's 3 points and a placement point for his team.
Oh,
He doesn't quite get
nice try.
there. Yeah, great try. M249.
Look at the
You don't see
HP.
that every day. Oh, wow. He did almost. Wow. Legend. Well, that was the res guy, right?
No. That was the person that was rezzing.
What a legend.
Free Me Please was doing the reviving.
And because okay, I got you. All right, so that way he almost pulled it off. Snickers though doesn't quite get there. Hollow Senpai and Dodge do have 3 alive. They've managed to coalesce on the rock while we were looking elsewhere. The circle has gone north-ish. The Hardshift's not super hyped about it. They are gonna have to come out of their little fort, but Dodge can keep playing the rock. Meanwhile, Luke 12 being very active as a solo and creating an illusion of maybe more than one guy. Hardshift's looking at Zenith, sparking on the high ground. Hardshift's in under him. He sees him, headshot, boom. That's the end of the Hardshifts. They go out the sparking way.
That's it. These are open now for Dodge to at least stabilize for the time being, but they need to make exactly the same push onto Zenith's hangar here as only really Free Me Please the last one to have to move in this circle, just trying to ride this out for as long as he can. Luke 12 ready to try and secure the kill. And actually, Free Me Please just going to give it up to the blue. Oh, nearly. The kill credit does not go in Luke 12's favor, though.
That is brutal. God, that's the worst feeling in the world. When you get that, like, beautiful... Like, it's worse when you use, like, a car, you know? And it's like, oh, I was about to get that kill. And then the blue takes it away from you. Terrible. Blue's the worst. All right, so that is it. 4F out. TSM down to 1. Dodge at 3. Zenith with 4. And the Barn. They are in a very good spot. TSM doesn't have the ability to hold with 1. They can just sort of wait for second based off this circle. Zenith is going to fight Dodge, and that will very likely determine the winner of this match. That said, Hypoc, if there's a solo who could YOLO into a victory, it's the Aussie sensation, Luke 12.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately here at the point, he controls the central star. So once this phase 8 does have to close in, I mean, Dodge have to make a move here to get themselves to safety at least here. But Zenith, I mean, I don't see any scenario here where there's enough utility left for Dodge to comfortably make an approach onto their building. And only 3 kills, but they've been chilling for a long time now. Sparking actually going to get another knock here onto Hello Senpai. Just getting, I guess, beaten and battered in. That's in a molly is absolutely money onto Finna.
This is great to see. Sparking is amazing. I was frustrated by ESL, but he has come out and played so strong in this match as well as the rest of his team. Dodge is down to 1. They had a happy little rock with a happy little tree, and now it's just a sad rotation that ends in a depressing demise. That's the end of them. 4 men up from Zenith, 1 from TSM. Can Luke 12, can the awesome Aussie go all out from up high and show that Down Under's got the chops to win a 1v4? It's a tall order, but I believe, Hypoc, I believe.
Yeah, and ultimately this comes down to, look at the utility though. Luke's got 4 nades, 4 mollies, 4 smokes, and undoubtedly a stack of flashes as well in this scenario.
That many fours, it's got to be 4 kills next, right? Let's see how it goes. He does the peek. He gets a little bit of a pop and spot, but he can't quite get a knock on Zenith. Zenith knows where he is. Shinboy loads into the car. Zenith looks like they may try to get a little aggressive here as they get, it looks like sparking into 2 vehicles. So they're going to queue up and send a double rotation, probably split 2 and 2. Honey Badger late to the game, but into the late game with this one as he gets a little bit of peeks. They're watching for Luke 12. They're doing a great job of moving. Luke gets that nade queued up. He knows where they are. He got the spot. It's a strong nade, but Punjil is coming. He rotates away, opens fire, can't get the knock. Letting them get by may be the end of him. He goes to the low ground, gets out the molly, tries to stop the high jump. He knows the cars would allow you to vault onto the patio. He goes around to the outside door, tries to get a peek here. He knows they are below him and covering all sides. Nade queued up. The Molly's probably going to come in and try to push him out of that side room. Yep, and he's going to have to force himself into the main foyer. Grabbing the stairs, wants to make them come up. Nice Molly to stop the push. Buy a little bit of space. Sees him coming out, opens fire immediately. Punish taking fire. Beautiful drive-by kill. Zenith loses no one. And at the end of the day, they come out on top. It was such a powerful win. It blew your camera right out of the grid. Call them Zenith, call them Zenith, call them winners because they had a hell of a game.
Yeah, Really, really well played. Again, you know, both teams. I guess the final two, TSM and Zenith, able to position there very early. TSM taking casualties and forced to kind of play that passive rotation, whereas Zenith actually coming in back end of circle 2, start of circle 3. So ultimately capitalizing on that early positioning and right there, yes, a low kill count, but you know, in a position where lots of those fights occurred on the edge and they didn't really have a hand to play in that scenario.
Yep. But when you're looking for points, if you can't get the kills, get the placement. Second game in a row that TSM has put themselves in a pole position, top performing. Let's see if it continues. We'll be back for game number 3 in just a few minutes.
Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and
Welcome back. It continues. 2 games down, 3 to go. It feels like it's flying by Hypoc because they have been some pretty wild games, to be completely honest. Everything from hot drops at the start to hunting matches to shenanigan mid games to crazy end games. This has been a pretty good start so far to the season.
Yeah, I mean, lots of edge play. No pun intended. Obviously, with how these first 2 games have played out. Unfortunately, that time around, I mean, Edge closing out the 4 kill points on the hot drop, but this time falling so early means they get no placement. But Zenith coming away with the win in this one. Rumblers in the first one, now dropping a 0-point game here. But TSM the constant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they post 14 points there, and in their true fashion, right, putting up kill points in. Arguably in a spot where you look at them in circle 2, you say, yeah, they're probably going to go out early here. They're not going to be able to scrape too many more points out here, but come with a second place, 8 kills to boot. It's just standard for them, man. This is, the early on in the series like this is when they can really engage that coast mode, right? Which is what I was talking about, where they just do their own thing, right? They're just vibing. They're playing deathmatch. Don't have to worry about circles too much, and they still put themselves in a decent spot.
Yeah, no, it's very clean play. It's what we've come to expect from them. And when we see them do the best, like you said, if they get a good start, they kind of settle into their groove, and it's hard to get them off of them once they're on that track. Let's take a look, though, at the overall standings so far. 2 games into this. Remember, the goal here, besides making money, is top 6, Hypoc. That is who advances guaranteed to the big final. DSM looking like this. It's too soon to say. It's too soon to say, Hypoc. I can't. Is it ESL again?
Well, I mean, it's a decent point per game average already, right?
Oh my God.
And this is always the question, though, with this team is, can they maintain? Yes, through ESL, we saw them kind of maintain that throughout, but I mean, last year that wasn't the story at all. So, again, fantastic, but consistency is key. It's what we always talk about in PUBG. So it's interesting, actually, Edge, considering the 2 games they've had, still sit ahead of the Rumblers. Like I said, they won game 1, right? So that's a really, really big positive for them. If, stars align elsewhere and they can pick themselves up a chicken dinner and some decent average placement, they're going to be sitting really good after this first day.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is they're making the most of the point rule system. They're putting out those kills early. They only have 3 placement points. And you look at that. You look at the amount of placement points around them and what they're able to do just on sheer brute force. And I got to respect that to a certain extent. They're playing their game. The question is, if they make it to finals, does that transition? Because so far, Hypoc, I haven't really seen a lot of quote unquote end game strategy out of them.
No, and ultimately there's a few other boxes that they need to tick in order to, I guess, fill me with hope, right?
Yeah.
In terms of maintaining this, but early on at least, taking control of Pachinki, at least in this lobby where they can capitalize on the fact that Sonics aren't in there. Again, the question comes back: do they contest throughout, regardless of who's in the lobby? That's something we'll have to cross when we get to it.
We will find out, and we will find out soon. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to get into match number 3, our last Erangel match of the day. And because it's the last match, Hypoc, the plane says, screw you. I mean, I don't know what word to use instead. I think I could say that. You suck. You stink, it says, and it makes everybody work really hard. This is a tough drop for, what, 60% of the teams in the lobby, probably?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And leaning toward you got to say, odds on being either a military circle or a southern circle. Yes, there's still an opportunity for something kind of south central, but it's potentially a very wonky circle 1 being posted here as actually... Yeah, not as many teams as are maybe expected to come down and try and scatter loot the edge of Sosnovka. Lots of teams still settling to try and pull north on this.
Bold. So for those
as I say that now, I know Rumblers and Gravity actually are
right.
over.
Well, okay, so those of you watching at home, the basic premise, the physics here at the circle is it has to touch the plane path. A part of it will touch the plane path, unless something crazy happens. So you usually will see a lot of teams look towards Sosnovka because on that plane path, I would say 70% of the circle pops here. Well, let's be a little more conservative. 58% of the circle pops go to military. That one did. So as statistics stand. That said, though, there's 4 teams, and all of them are looking at fighting each other, which means that the rotations for teams like Spicy Fish could be very easy, or
Yeah.
they could gatekeep and be terrible. I mean, really smart players.
Yeah, it could be. And ultimately, you know, with this much of an overlap, it's going to, I guess, alleviate a lot of this early game pressure for some of these teams that do have to cross onto Sosnovka and try and make use of that. Again, pretty much all of the north side of the island wide open right now. Like I said, on these southern plains, sometimes expect a team to drop through and just take a really scrappy loop path, right? And bounce from a couple of different compounds and just play positioning. But this time around, actually, a big gap to fill. I can see a couple of players actually from Spicy Fish already making the cross. Keenan and Roth coming across to find that early position here, at least get themselves to crossroads, make sure that they're not going to get camped on the way in. Roth actually going to send it all the way and maybe even continue towards the high ground.
I'm into it. That's a good scout spot early, especially with the bike, because if you need to get off of that spot, the bike is the best way to do it. So they have options. I got to be honest, though. If you went through my diary today, Hypok, you would see an entry from this morning that says, "Dear Diary, I don't cast a lot. Please give many hot drops to start the day." They didn't actually think PUBG would hear it, but they're into it because it's the third game in a row. And I don't know if the Rumblers are going to throw down and go into this one down in Novo, but the reality is they're going to back up. This is the third time, and I think it's smart, that we have seen teams dropping literally on top of each other, which, to be honest, I've been watching PUBG a very long time, and it is not something we see anywhere near this frequency.
The worst thing as well, Steve, is that this isn't audible for Gravity. Gravity were the ones that previously and now 2 games in a row that have come out, 4-0 and 3-0 on that hot drop fight with Edge and Pachinki. So this is them actually going, yeah, actually, let's play this one a little different. Maybe playing path dependent, you know, but called the audible at least to get to here and to have another team to deal with makes it really, really tricky. Now, I will say,
everyone else,
Spicy Fish making the option, well, yeah, Vegas making a dash for it, but Rumblers actually not taking that fight has meant they've drifted slightly west. Now, they're going to be able to get towards Crossroads, and with Roth and Keenan sending it so far south, actually creates a big problem for Sharpshot and Uncivil as they try and cross.
I think that they watched the drops and they didn't expect Rumblers to pull off. They thought there'd be some sort of a fight in Novo. It looks like Roth was even maybe trying to get into a position to play with that a little bit. Vegas, he took the ferry. That's hilarious. So he does ferry himself across. The rest of his team is going to take cars and maybe arrive a little bit later. But the Rumblers could cost the Spicy Fish big time. Valiant's on the road, and he doesn't have it. No one's there to tell Sim it's not safe to cross.
I think actually, Valiant's secondary is
Uzi. Oh, unfortunately.
Not the best to deal with this bridge cross here, but actually a little bit of pressure coming from the high ground from Roth, so able to at least relay some of this information without scope at least. But Sharpshot going to open things up onto Valier and completely turn the situation on his head.
Yeah, we were like, hey, Rumblers has a great chance here. And then Sharp was like, I got it. I brought a scope to the fight, boys, and does some serious work. They've got the Vector, they got the Dacia, they got the knock. Rumblers will basically say, all right, you can pass, right? This is like paying the troll his toll, and they can move on. They'll get the res. It is what it is. Hello Said Pie does get a nice little knock on Soup, by the way, as Dodge continues to cause trouble for Tees. This has sort of been the Dodge MO today, Hypok, is ruining people on rotation.
As indeed is. Again, coming into that part of the map that I was talking about, on the north side of Sosnovka, a good opportunity to, maybe control some of the teams that don't opt to go towards the bridges or, on the extremities of the map, go for the boat play at least. Kick W actually going to have free passage on the west. They're just ahead of Hardships. You can see them on the minimap just over to the north, but again, not a lot of resistance on either bridge this time around. I mean, other than, like I said, Valiant not really equipped to deal with Spicy Fish crossing the bridge. It's kind of surprising, especially with this being such a weird playing path. A lot of teams not able to get to, their desired spot. You'd expect a few more teams to be rotating early and maybe, I guess at least sending out the feelers, and scrapping over maybe not the bridge, but a few areas around.
Yeah, if this were Latin America, I would expect two M249 teams just waiting at the edge of that bridge, right? Like, it is very interesting to see, I think, how different regions develop, and it seems like North America has decided on the we're not going to bridge cap philosophy, or so it would seem. That said, though, I can't disagree with it, right? Like the bridge camp often backfires, Hypok. If you spend all your time there caught up in a fight that's not really going to ever get the circle, sometimes it's just a losing proposition. Do, you know, what other teams like Spicy Fish are doing. Go a little deeper, find a good spot for the late game, lock it in. Edge, God, these guys.
Yeah, I mean, eyes on them, honestly, because again, last game a little unfortunate with taking some early casualties, but again, now we've got to look at the macro game, right, and look at what they can do bigger picture. They've shown us some early game prowess dealing with these particular hot drops, but
lesson moment for you
guys.
I see.
Let's see. Nano, there you go. Yeah, flying a little too close to the sun there. Ethan going to pick that one up for free.
So big moment though. So they pulled up and they wanted the buggy. If you are playing with your friends at home or in ranked, when you stop the Dacia for someone to get the car, say their name, because what we saw there was classic pub. Someone grabbed this. 2 guys jumped out. Then one climbed back into the Dacia. They lost about 18 to 20 seconds. And in that time, I think that was Veritas up on the hill, rotated over to the edge of the yellow houses and was waiting for them to make their pass. It's one of those things, you want to be clean, you want to have those communication, you want to plan every movement ahead of time when it comes to a game like PUBG. Reaction is for desperation. Planning is what creates perfection. Let's jump in with Oath, a team that is now planning on getting a little bit deeper into this circle. They've come up through Novo. They used a bit of a water rotation, and Novo's been vacated for the most part. They should be able to get through up onto that hill without too much of a challenge.
As Gravity actually set up, I guess, scattered along to the south of them as well. D-Wit's a little further in, so I have to keep an eye on their position and think that TSM, again, no surprises here to see them in this position at this stage of the game. The military circle discussion for this team has obviously been a long-standing discussion, as Zenith also able to, I guess, cross the bridge here, because Rumbler's really pulling away from that fight. Nova, and looking at the equipment Valiate had, I'm not sure if they were able to get a comfortable loot phase in terms of equipment here, whether or not they're just going to have to, I guess, hold on to what they've got now. I know they had one vehicle, but that's always the difficult thing when you kind of transition away from that, especially an area like Novo. Really, you got to have a backup plan, right? If you're going to pull out, not go for the kills and not really give yourself a comfortable loot, then really you're in a position where you got to settle for what you can get in the circle. In
your professional opinion, what do you prioritize, position or looting? Like, would you prefer to go iron sight, low ammo into a better mid spot, or do you think it's better to sort of work until you get what you need and then sort of suffer the edge?
I think it's circle dependent, but there's got to be, you know, definitely a minimum, an absolute bare minimum to move in with. And I mean, ultimately, if you're coming towards a bridge, a micro Uzi's not going to do it, right?
That's true. Micro never really pulls it off. All right, TSM, Alo, I still can't get used to it. Pulling through, I'm so excited for them, but I'm also just like, it's been so long, you know? STK, right? STK and throwables. TSM and throwables, that's going to be the new thing. And I think it's going to transition to other games. In fact, I think...
Bro, stun Molly.
Well, STK becoming part of TSM will make all TSM teams in other games better at throwables. Mark my words. It rubs off on people. Penta loads back up into the buggy. It starts to rotate away. You see the circle pop. It's going to go right smack dab on top of Observatory. Zenith, who crossed the bridge again, uncontested. So far, the only contest we've seen on this bridge was Valiate shooting a couple of Uzi bullets at the Spicy Fish. And that was essentially it. Everyone else has had freebies. The toll booths are closed. Apparently, I don't even understand. Like, I don't understand it. I've never seen this free of crosses, to be honest. I feel like I haven't.
Yeah, and I guess that's Rumblers kind of taking that as early casualty, and they have to play way more passively, right? They know that the pressure, or assume that the pressure is still going to be there from Spicy Fish on the high ground, so they don't want to kind of, I guess, play this overzealously and really try and get some value from any of these teams crossing the bridge. But
this is juicy.
Speaking of crossing the bridge, yeah, TSM and Tactical 8 actually pulling up at the same time.
Tate's baiting.
At least, yeah, the front men for these teams. Crop and Steezy BB still over to the north here, but TSM can isolate these 2 kills. No, there you go. Actually, yeah, Steezy BB and Crop actually going to send shots out, so they will reveal that they are playing slightly split.
They are, but that said, Destiny or William can stop and hold if they want to. They're technically inside the circle, so if they just want to be mean, knowing maybe TSM is behind them, they can set a trap, and maybe this is the first time we see an actual bridge bait come out. It's just on the other side of the bridge, so a bit of a weird fight about to break out over there. You see Crop using a little bit of that peak advantage, trying to get up on the side here. He knows where TSM is, roughly. He also knows there's probably nobody else coming in from the north at this point, so they can play very sort of out there on top of the building. Purdy loads up into the vehicle and heads towards the gas station. I'm not sure if they know about the players who are locked up there on the edge of the road. They fell back, and that will open the door for TSM to slide on by. William with the chase, trying to make a play here, and now they're going to be trapped. Does TSM hold, or do they push on through? What do you call it now?
Actually, yeah, Penta actually able to catch
Penta!
some fortunate timing there on the reload, and we'll get away. Only taking one tag here, so now actually Tactical 8 in a sticky situation.
Yeah, Tactical 8 really kind of dropped that ball, but it's okay. Waldo's waiting. Luke 12 goes down. Los HD drops Purdy Curdy, and TSM survives one trap and walks into another. But Penta does manage to get Los. Honey Badger from Zenith steals the kill, though, and the fight continues. Waldo opens fire on Penta, almost gets him down to about 5 HP, and he's got to try to find a good little peek through the tiny little window, and looks for an angle to potentially play this from. Rumblers down to 2, as is TSM after that exchange. Afromaniac, Supernova gets the open. Show and Super working together, dropping 2 members of Veritas, 3 members of Veritas. Michael got Show, but he is outnumbered now as Greg Shot pours forward to try and finish this thing off, and that will be the end of it. Show and Supernova combining to a very brutal 1-2 punch in that one.
Yeah, that was a really clean setup there, able to pinch perfectly on that. Really, really well coordinated attack from them. Edge now trying to make their transition down on the south side of the runway. I did see actually lots more action over on the north now as it's Tactical 8, Zenith, Dodge, Rumblers, and TSM all kind of poised towards the crossroads here. And Spicy Fish, I did see them just kind of shooting at all 5 teams down here, just sending shots in all directions. So really difficult. I mean, considering this next circle change, if it pulls away, it's going to be, I mean, hell for any of these teams to try and transition away from the crossroads.
That's it. It has been all about the observatory. Spicy Fish kind of tried to avoid it early on, are now collapsing there. They sent Roth up there with an iron sight early. Now I think he's rocking an OM. So apparently for his willingness to go up with nothing, he's been given everything, and we'll see if that pans out. Spicy Fish with the high ground, only 1 kill, but we worshipped TSM's consistency in the first 2 games. Spicy Fish not far from that, Hypoc. They got a 6 and a 4th, if my memory serves me correctly. They're coming out strong compared to how they came out in ESL. That's good news for the Spicy Fish fans. I think they call themselves Fish Heads?
Fish Heads. That's what the... Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll see if that grows. It's a weird one to choose, but Fish Face?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know.
Okay. Sure.
I'm not a branding expert. I just talk for a living. We'll keep working on it. The Spicy Lads. The Spice Crew. Spice Land.
Not feeling it. Not feeling
Spice
it.
Girls.
Steve.
Gears coming up. Trying to make a play. Drive by. Really? Come on.
Chubba, man.
Oh, that's brutal.
You can't be committed to that spray when somebody's driving towards you. Not these days.
Chubba goes hard. That was a disrespect spray by Chubba that gets paid back. Now Winnie up on the high ground. KW Kears have had a hard day today so far. They'll get a little bit of a gas out of that one as they do manage to keep 3 up and cost 2 players. Greg Shot does hurt Oldless out there. We see the knock as 4F has been putting in some work. Edge falling back away. It's Honey again. Edge always involved somehow with these sort of like fringe kills, and we're seeing that again as the gas cans try to get everyone back up and running. Edge just over the top and gonna be coming down on top of Greg's Shot. Hard shifts making their transition. The circle coming up here, and the hard shifts know it is most likely going to include this tower.
Is that?
There it is.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, the best possible scenario with all these teams scattered across the north in the previous circle. Actually, it's good news for them. There's only 3 teams really cut out by this one on the south and Oath over towards the east. So there's a lot of opportunities for some of these teams that have been cut out from this one to at least make a play in, and all those teams on the north now could at least ride out and survive it and see another circle at least.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is when you play a circle with a giant mountain in the middle of it, it creates a whole lot of additional real estate because sight lines become significantly cut off. No one at TSM or Rumbler is going to see anybody on the south side of that mountain, so you're sort of playing this gridded game. Hard shifts, for instance, as long as it's not a big shift, ironically enough, without a hard shift, they will be in a good spot along with the spicy fish. Nikos and the Guadalajara gas cans, on the other hand, are coming in late. They've got a whole lot of folks messing with them on the back of that rotation, and the struggle will be real. Let's check in with Eternity. Jumbi, who's been getting some serious knocks throughout this match, does get the kick on Oldless, though Nikos returns with the trade. I think both teams in spots to get the reses. No, Oldless... That's flushed out, so he's dunsies. Roth does manage to knock Jumbi with that that we saw earlier, and Vex are going to try to go ahead and buy themselves a little bit of space.
Is that still from the top of the hill as well?
Yep,
yes,
it
but
is.
yeah, Roth is still up on the high ground here. There's, I can see Hardshift's trying to make a play for one of the dips on the north side of the observatory. At least lots of pressure coming in from Dodge and Spicy Fish, actually. Sort of like a crossfire, to be honest with you. And finally, Keenan going to find D-Treats, but over here, Afromaniacs, a decent kill count already. And Supernova actually going to try and pick out the second vehicle from Tactical 8, but not enough damage coming through. He's got a no.
So
you hate to see it.
Tactical 8 just yelled, "Why are you still here?" and then started laughing maniacally. That's exactly how that conversation went. Ultimately, they come out on top. Kickstart from Oath, getting the spray down, trying to get it by the side of the tree. Gets the nades queued up here. KW Kiers up on top of him. They saw 3 alive. Oath has 4. Snakers goes down in the early engagement. Nice toss by Winnie. Balefrost is advancing, trying to make a play. Doesn't see the man to his left side. He does now. Opens it up. 4x spray, baby, as Balefrost gets the burn. KW Kiers down to 2. Snakers is eliminated, dropping the Oath to 3. But Relo feeling strong, goes with the spray, gets it down. Retaliative is dropped like a bad habit. Relo flexes out to the right side, and KW Kiers is eradicated with a little bit of help from the Spicy Fish. Oath survives.
I think Spicy Fish actually picked up 3 kill points out of that. They stole at least 2 knocks from Oath, at least. They got the kill credit, but Zenith now making a push south along this eastern edge of the circle here, and I guess trying to capitalize on Oath at least recovering from that previous fight. And there you go, Honey Badger going to open things up, but wow, Relo actually responds.
He does. A nice little spray out here. Shinboy trying to get some action as well. If I've ever seen Oath in a nutshell, this is it right now. Punish comes to the top of the rock. Balefrost, the last man standing, drops back, tries to throw the flash, gets the jump peak. Sparking goes for it, opens fire, has to drop back. AK Plake as Balefrost tries to make it happen. Nice flash for Sparking to continue moving forward. Punish coming in to help, and that is the end of Oath. Punish not needed. Sparking is king.
A really, really well-timed third party there. Again, assuming that Oath were kind of battered and bruised from that previous engagement. But again, Spicy Fish being a factor in that. I think Uncivil picked up another kill point throughout that and at least helped out with some of the damages. Look at that, actually. Wow.
Surprise!
Ascan's completely smothering Vexel there to deal with him. Nikos did get downed in the fray, I guess, from a third party, but looking like Adam will be able to reset. And Gascan's up to 5 kills now, and I guess cleared themselves some space to make a play along the road into this circle.
Never a good feeling when you pull the pin and then you hear the footsteps coming up the hill and you're like, well, that's going to be a tough one. Spicy Fish up on top of the mountain continue to pull circles, and now they're actually working a strong edge. They not only have top hill, but they have internal access to get down. The entire road to get off of the mountain is inside the circle. So Spicy Fish with lots of options. Zenith, not a ton. Anytime you see someone tuck into a shack or a house of this size, it means things are not going particularly well, Hypoc.
Again, had to make a play from all the way out here. Not an awful lot of information over in this area of the map, so made a mad dash for it. Hopefully now they can stabilize, at least start garnering some of that information and make a good decision on their next move, as Roth now goes hunting it. Spicy Fish just want to clear out all these close kind of cheeky spots to make sure they have nobody creeping up on them They can free farm the rest of this lobby, or at least put out as much pressure as possible for them to clear their way into. But you know, you got to say, probability-wise, a circle they're going to have to make a play off this high ground eventually.
I mean, eventually they have to. This has been a pretty much best case scenario on shifts outside of just centering up on them constantly. And really, once they dig out the team to their east, they're in a better spot. So we'll see if that continues. Guadalajara gas cans, however, have been hustling nonstop. Remember, we saw them on the south side a while back ago, struggling to get in. And now they finally managed to rotate up and around and are in the circle in a dip and breathing a sigh of relief for the first time in probably 20 minutes.
Yeah. Just looking at, still 2 members of Rumblers. Is it 2 or 3? I think it's just 2, right? Rumblers left, and Penta still surviving down on the crossroads. So those are really the teams that Zenith have to cross, and actually going to give them an opportunity to play an edge over on the north side here. And really actually give Spicy Fish an even better opportunity to keep putting kill points up.
You gave them an edge, but you gave Spicy Fish the entire aquarium. They are in a beautiful spot. They've got a set piece that is nigh unpushable at this point, and plenty of space to get down. Remember, Roth went up there with a motorcycle. So if there's a late game Hail Mary, they've got options. So Spicy Fish in a very, very good spot. Liberate, however, will jump to them, still 4 up, but that circle shift does put them in a bit of a sticky wicket. Ice Tech has found a spot inside, but it's very visible to the gas cans. So they need to get rid of the Guadalajara gas cans. Fortunately, for the guys from Liberate, gas cans are taking fire from Dodge, and Dodge has been nothing short of dream crushers so far today. And if anybody's going to cause issues for the gas cans, it will be Lampalot and the boys. Or they could rotate in the opposite direction. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, thanks. Why aren't you listening to us? Why aren't you doing what we say?
Wait a minute. This could be gas can.
That's gonna. Yeah, they could meet each other.
Meet me at the throwdown, boys. Vegas comes out spraying. He gets hit from behind. Waldo, the last members of Rumblers, still causing trouble. Gas cans are eliminated as they crash into a hole that the hard shifts were sitting inside of. But now the hard shifts have time for reses, while up on top of the hill, Liberate plays some mini golf. They're like, is that a divot? I've got some nades. 4.
That last one's got to do it, right? No?
Come on.
How? They still got this off, and now Liberating a bit. Okay, there we go. Finally. It's actually the vehicle explosion that does it. It's not even a nade. That's heartbreaking for them.
That is rough. Well, they put the work in. Jayzon going to open some fire on Lampalot, who does try to manage to get his way in. The hard shifts were annihilated. The Rumblers will go out after causing a cacophony of chaos as the boys all tried to rotate into the hard shift spot. Zenith moving into the bottom. They don't have to go anywhere. They can hold their circle, but they're smartly moving Punich to the edge of the hill to sort of verify a forward push point. TSM, last man standing yet again. Penta, is he... do they designate him as a survivor, or is he just that good at slipping out of traps? Because he always seems to be the last one alive, Hypoc.
I mean, once again, he's in a position where he can pick up some scrappy kill points now with only 6 teams left. Already got themselves into a decent placement point position with how the early game went. So this really, I mean, it's just TSM doing STK things. If we can still even say that. I mean, in a scenario here, yes, he's not really going to be able to make a play into this next circle. There's not a lot of options for him other than running up this hill. Yeah, with that next circle not even putting him in here. I mean, dare I say it, he's going to find a kill or 2 before he goes out. Whether or not anybody's still conscious, you can see Dodge still kind of eyes this way, I guess, open to the possibility there is somebody here. But again, keeping numbers on such an early confrontation where TSM actually lost bodies, they're not necessarily going to know. They're not going to have concrete information.
Well, they just shot at him, so it sounds like maybe they smell a rat. Penta's going to go ahead and move his bandages. All he's got is 1 first aid left, so he's going to push himself up as high as he can, but the circle is going to close, and Dodge is looking like they're still pretty aware. I don't know. Hello Senpai seems to have his back turned to Penta. This could be disaster. He's almost got the shot. He wasn't quite tall enough to look through that little hill. Lamp-a-Lot and the boys decide to pull the trigger on the push, and they are going to lead the charge. Liberate opens fire, and Penta comes in from behind. Pop, pop, baby. Penta goes down. He gets the flush, and all hell breaks loose. Ice Tech from the high ground. Senpai goes down. Lamp-a-Lot dies to Senpai's nade. Jason finishes Lamp-a-Lot. Dodge tries to get in, but Vegas, it's over. The trip is done. He comes up Snake Eyes. Sharp Shot, on the other hand, manages to make a play on Gravity. D-Rich and Sovereign go down. Now we're up on top. The Spicy Fish raining down. You see Roth trying to get that shot on the last member of Gravity to be standing, and he will not get it, but his teammates will, and that will be the end of them. The Spicy Fish looking strong, 11 kills, and the high ground.
Yeah, and the fact that, again, Penta finds the kill and still outlives. So 2 points picked up from there. Pooh's actually going to open this team fight up. Jason will fall, and that puts Liberate down to 3 now. And Zenith, again, I guess kind of equalize things with the team over on the north side as they try and make a play towards the center of Phase 7. Uncivil now flexing out with all this other pressure. But Honey Badger, wow, actually respond onto him.
Nice shot. That'll buy some time for them to get the shenanigans going downhill as a Spicy Fish. They can't, I don't know if they're going to go for the res. Roth was leaving the high ground. No one is up there to go for the Civ res. They've all dropped down at this point. So that may be it for Civ. We'll see as a Spicy Fish currently down to 3, Liberate at 3, Zenith at 3, all at different levels or elevations on the side of this hill. This is literally a 3D experience as they're playing high to low as well as your traditional long-range fights. It does not look like anyone's gotten up there to get Civ. I think he's just going to be left for dead at this point. Maybe crawl off the edge to give them some utility. Oh, you might pull this off. No, you're not. You can't pull this off.
This is going to be the single greatest res I ever see. If Unciv was able to find... He's actually got a couple of ledges to drop onto, but the thing is the fall damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
In this scenario, whether or not they set up to catch him on this drop. I mean, if they get the res, it's going to be huge. It's 23 HP and ticking now.
Here we go. The big moment. Zenith sees the drop. Dead. Dead. All right, now we're going to keep going. Sharp Shot in a tough spot because he was in the res position. Sparky coming up on top of the hill. It's got that AK out. Opens fire. Keenan is down. Spicy Fish, who are in the pole position, are being lambasted with aggression. Roth does go for a nice little flank play. Starts to get the spray. Doesn't get the finish, but drops them both. Whoa. There's the knock. Footage goes down. Roth gets a flush. Sparking does have time to get the heal off, but they are definitely restricted down to 2. Poohface comes out, gets the kill and the flush on Sparking, knocking Zenith down to 1. Liberate in a pretty good spot as they maintain 3 players off of a very strange mountain descent by the Spicy Fish.
As if they can pick up, I was going to say Honey Badger, the big variable in this scenario, but he does actually get spotted out by Sharp Shot. With the benefit of that elevation, there you go. Zenith will fall. Spicy Fish 2 alive now, find themselves at a 2v3 with Liberate.
Liberate making the play. So Spicy Fish, Liberate. Liberate's got the high ground. Ice Tech trying to make a play. Spicy Fish trying to own the Liberates.
So really, Spicy Fish, well, they can find an opening, not kick, because Liberate, you got to say, control the center of this circle, at least for the time being. So rely on them to make a move here. Sharp Shot actually going to take a lot of damage on that peak and not actually put anything back onto Liberate. So able to hold on for the time being. And Xvolution trying to make a play with a Grozer as well, Steve.
Oh, he's got to make the play. Grozers win games. This could be it. Liberate trying to come up the hill. Xvolution, last man standing. Does open fire. Gets the knock on Spicy Fish. Can he go to the right side? He cannot. He does. Wait, it's 1v1. Roth, almost no HP. He is calling positions out to Ice Tech. Ice Tech, my boy, goes for the res, wants to make it a 2v1 as Roth continues to climb. Throwing out mollies. He knows they're behind the rock. Tossing flashes, nades, everything he can. Barrel play, goes up over the hill, opens fire. Ice Tech dodges it. He tries to retreat. Hit from the left. Hit from the right. Liberate to the top. Roth got the exchange. It's now 1v1. Ice Tech tries to clear, but Roth pulls it off. Spicy Fish, 16 kills. I can't even breathe anymore. I didn't think they were going to pull that off, Hypoc. When Civ got knocked and crawled slowly from the high to the low.
The other thing as well, with Xvolution actually finding a kill on that flank as well, you got to think that at that point, I mean, Ross effectively just won a 1v3 clean. Literally
That's a good
clean.
point.
He trades the kill onto Exvolution perfectly. And at that point, actually, you know, they do get the res off as well, even though there's no med that comes through, but it resets. They get both members back on the feet and they can't trade the kill out. Roth comes out on top. Actually, just an insane ending to that game.
Insane ending, and it ends with the Spicy Fish victory. But not just that, the Roth clutch. And you may remember the game started with us watching Roth as he made the early rotation, as he took the high ground and tried to defend the bridge with an iron sight, and evolved into Roth finishing the match. So game number 3 goes the way of Roth and the Spicy Fish and sets us up for a heck of a showdown in the desert. Don't miss your chance for your just desserts. Get back here. 2 games left to go.
You're insane, but I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, I'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. Us together, we're better off, and we can.
Welcome back, guys, gals. I can hear my voice getting deeper because of how excited I am getting in these games. Like, my pipes are bursting. It's been great, Hypoc. We've had early game fights. The third time in a row, we saw multiple teams drop in the same spot. That said, the Rumblers fell away from that fight, probably very smartly. And the Spicy Fish played that, I think, clean as can be from start to finish, and ultimately came out with a massive Roth clutch. 26 points. Now that is how you win a chicken.
Yeah, I mean, look how top heavy this is. Well, just with the way that this game played out, and lots of teams kind of bouncing back and forth on that Sosnovka island circle. But really, Spicy Fish, I mean, that's a byproduct of early aggression, right? That you can play that very, very differently. You know, just ride out that positioning, and ultimately, I mean, they have the time and the space to set up and put pressure out all four directions, right? I mean, they were even third partying down to the crossroads, 2 or 3 separate occasions they were doing so. But really, to come out from that game and put up that kill count is actually crazy to consider. And you know, even coming through circle 4 and 5, where we saw them actively sweeping the edge of the hill and making sure they had, you know, the forward plan fixed as well. They weren't leaving anything to chance there.
They weren't. They played it very, very well. They did, you know, let's not deny the fact that the circles loved the fish, and that's a reality. But at the end of the day, they earned it. 16 kills says it was much more than circle luck. Let's take a look at the overall scores after match number 3. 3 of 30. So there's a lot of PUBG to play. But the Spicy Fish move into first place off the back of that dominant performance. 41 total points, going to move them up the pipe there a lot. TSM stays the same. They only picked up 2 points that time, but still managed to finish in 5th. Zenith, Dodge, and the Rumblers bringing up the back end. What I'm loving, though, Hypoc, is as I look at this, I cannot help but notice there is a fair amount of open qualifier teams. When you look at that 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, these teams are working.
Yeah. And ultimately, like I said earlier, these are the teams that you want to see start strong, right? Because ultimately, you know, if they can ride out some of the bad games and still put up a good average point, I guess, accumulation along the way, then, you know, if we do come through a scenario where they can win out a game, it's going to just solidify their position, right? So again, eyes go towards some of those guys really to close out strong on Miramar here. And really put themselves in a good spot going forward. Because obviously the way that the rotating lobby works, if you sit out, and you know, it can be kind of demoralizing to come back in and be like, well, now we're back at a 20-point deficit to kind of work back into this next set of games.
Just to be clarified, I said 9. Afromaniacs were invited. Houston Hardships earned their way in through the qualifiers. That said, though, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 8 teams that made it through opens are sitting in the top 10. And that's got to be pretty exciting, not only for those teams, but the other teams they beat to get here. Because if you lose in a tournament, Hypoc, the team you want to win is the one that beats you, right? Like, that's what gets you going. It's time, though. Game number 4 about to kick off. We're headed to the desert. The map has changed, but the plane is still mostly fair.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, most areas going to be attainable. I mean, my eyes for me goes towards Picardo. We're going to have the same thing from Edge here dropping in. They've dropped in a position that looks as if they're going to go for it. And really, this is going to be the discussion once again: is do they just take these because of Sonic's not being in the lobby, or is this them kind of trying to solidify themselves at least geographically? Let's say on both maps.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have contact with the Sonics because I'm working right now. Chat, I got to set you on the path. Go find out if the Sonics are watching and if they are prepared to take Edge to the edge because I am excited about watching them go up against each other. Because Hypoc, it seems like Edge, I don't want to say they don't care, but like they're clearly here just to make a point, or so it would seem. And they just, like, they've claimed Picado and Pachiki. Who does that? Out of opens.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know Shrimzy's actually watching along the games tonight, so I'm sure he's got plenty to say about the situation watching in from the outside here. But Circle does post. Actually going to split actually right along that Chumacera and Picalo road that comes down from Monte Nuevo to Los Leones. And actually a lot of space in the middle here. I guess in the center of Circle 1, there's lots up for grabs.
Yeah, well, so it split the plane path. And again, sometimes we like to throw nuggets out, things to think about for you if you're playing ranked or want to take this game home. Something that you can always consider if you ever have to do a bailout drop is it tends to be that where the plane path is, nobody lands directly under it. Like there's always kind of an open alleyway under the plane. So that's what you saw there is that big open strip right in the middle. That's where the plane flew. So if you're ever desperate in a drop game and you see, oh my gosh, there's 12 people dropping at Picado or 12 teams, you can pull off and go into the plane. There's a very good chance you'll at least get a little bit of loot uncontested to start this thing out. That said, this is the pro level. These players know where they want to go. They know how they want to play, and they are going to get in there and mix it up very, very early. The Rumblers, who just had a pretty decent game, are in a very nice spot just south of Chumaceta. Zenith is now already loaded up and rotating. They dropped really far. They dropped an Impala, and now they're headed north away from the circle, Hypoc.
Yeah, I don't think they were maybe anticipating Veritas there, because it looks as if early on with where they were positioning, there was actually going to be a contest for Impala coming through, but Zenith actually regroup, get themselves a Murado, and will head elsewhere to loot. So going to be about 3 minutes off the beat here, and considering where that circle is, the further they head north, the more difficult things are going to become for them. And again, you got to look at where they have to transition into, right? A straight line towards the circle takes them towards Minas Bendita, and really a tricky part of the map, kind of on the underside of that Power Grid Plateau, which we know, kind of the death road is that Picado Highway, right? Everything north, it's notoriously very difficult to make a move in there late once the circle starts closing in.
And with the circle, under normal circumstances with that plane path, you could kind of plan on making sort of a meandering northern entrance later, right? Because nobody's dropping on the north or sort of looting at the long jump. But because this circle sort of shifted so far to the south of that plane path, there is no comfortable entrance from the north for teams like Zenith who are trying to make long rotations. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams currently playing the northern edge of this circle, or going to be playing it shortly. So the north half of this thing is going to not only be typical Death Road, but typical Death Road like squared, maybe rooted. I don't know what's 4. What's a 4x? Quadded? It's gonna suck to come in on the north. Cubed. That's, I don't do math, right? Like math was not great for me. We didn't
something like that. Cost math.
Yeah.
We can just shrug it off.
When I was born in the old days, we still used abacuses. So all this modern math is super tricky for us to deal with. You know how it, I mean, you probably don't know how it is. I'm sure your metric system is cooler or whatever.
Well, I mean, just coming up on that point you made, though, that lots of these teams along the north, they're going to want to make an early move. This isn't the circle that typically, you know, if it does center up, comes away from that power grid. We know there's a big chunk of unplayable that sits along the east and the south side of that power grid plateau that I was talking about. There's Loeb's actually got a couple of visitors here.
Run away!
On the roadside. Yeah, Tactical going to get in, do some damage, but not able to close out that kill. Chopper coming along for the reinforcements. Actually, and the rest of Hardship's going to pull up here. But I'm not sure about this early on committing 4 to this compound. I wish you could see the map right now, because what I was just talking about, there's literally 7 teams that have made a play for the center of this circle here.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a chance to, we'll try to throw that up for you guys to look at the map in just a minute here, because it is incredibly congested right there in sort of the middle of this thing. There's not a lot of options. The other side of the coin, though, Hypoc, is when the middle is this congested, outside of the fact that teams are going to bump up against each other in transition, does it kind of slow the game down a little bit? Like once everyone finds their compound, I imagine there won't be a lot of sort of pushing across the road, right? Everyone's just going to kind of accept, hey, we're all here.
I mean, at least for the first two circles, right? Because even if circle two posts up and it's a hard shift to one edge, you know, a lot of the center is still gonna be in, right? In whichever direction it goes. So it makes it very difficult for some of these teams on, you know, late rotations, trying to play edge on circle one, try and gather information, because you're not going to find any teams. You don't get a good feel for how the lobby's kind of set up. And then, you know, ultimately, if you make that mad dash, if you are outside of circle 3 and 4 to try and, you know, find some real estate, there are these teams that ultimately, you know, take casualties early on. They're scattered. They have to maintain these weird splits, and it makes it really difficult to come to a circle like this late, which, like I said, right now, lots of teams want to get away from that power grid. They don't want to play the terrain down to the south of Tumasera, which is why you're seeing all these teams scattered along the road.
Absolutely. No, I've only tried to do the splits once, and it was a disaster. So I want to make sure that these teams avoid that. We don't want anybody getting it completely wrecked. That said, though, they are crossing the road. Dodge decides to mount up on the bike again, sends Lamp out for a bit of a scout, and they are up against a few teams. You've got Spicy Fish very close to them. Looks like we got 4AF or 4F very, very close to them. And Lamp-a-Lot just doing what you do with the motorcycle. And I'll be honest, I feel like we don't see as much motorcycle love as we used to ever since we saw the sort of driving car meta. It seems like it's really only slightly used for scouts or very quick rotations and has lost the love that is the motorcycle.
I mean, it's a death trap in the wrong hands, right? That's always been the discussion.
Yeah, but Break doesn't.
I did love that when they first put the bike in, like, just everybody was flipping the bike. It was the best thing. I mean, the best and worst thing in competitive PUBG.
I still do it. Cameron hates me, but at the end of the day, when you're playing a pub, you should do a backflip. I think they should do it in the pro level. I don't know why you guys don't, to be honest. It's hard to shoot a man when he's upside down.
No balls.
Everybody knows that.
The distinct lack of balls, Steve.
No balls. I respect that. I respect it. No risk, but you know what? No risk, no highlight reels. You wanted your team to get recognition, do some backflips, make the highlights. We'll tweet about it. All right, here's the pan over so you can see what it looks like in the middle. Real estate becoming difficult to come by. Dodge has made actually kind of a greedy, but I think smart spread here with 4. The Tracers are, that's a long shot in the distance. Up on top, you got Eternity playing the top of the hill. Purdy Curdy, though, is he being hunted, or does Eternity not know he's here? Looks like they don't know.
It looks like they have no clue whatsoever, actually. The way they're set up and the direction in which they're scoped in and scouting. Kurt in a position to potentially pick up. I mean, he's going to be hearing all these steps as well. He's close enough to hear them repositioning around it, especially with the shots and now a couple of other shots. Luke are actually going to find a knock on to Steel, so this information does get relayed. And the important thing to note here is it's Kurt that hasn't shown his position just yet. So if anybody from Eternity does try to reposition here, Kurt might be able to steal a kill away as well. Looks like actually they're going to try and reinforce and get Steel back on his feet. Now that's an interesting decision because DSM already on the hunt now, looking to punish this knock.
Purdy going to try to make a play around the right side. That was, I mean, again.
He finds it with the nade, man.
I'll say, right? Opening with nades, getting these kills with nades. And the second, that's the problem with TSM, is the second, not the problem, it's the thing they do well, but if you're playing against them, the problem is they get these like crazy utility opens, and then the rest of the team comes forward like a flood, right? Like the deluge of TSM, once they get a knock, is absolutely obscene. So Eternity knows, oh man, they got one of us. All of a sudden, 4 of them are going to show up out of the blue. And that's where we see Vexel trying to play a little bit of defense for his team here from sort of a max distance. We'll see how that develops. It is a tough area to fight, right? Ibach, there's a ton. Wow. Just forget about that. Look at this map. Good Lord. So the shift is going to go very aggressively towards the west. Picado going to be barely in. That entire side of the map on the east is like, there's no safe way. Zenith maybe goes north. Everyone else is going to get smashed.
The problem is as well, with all that terrain to the south side of Chimacera and the power grid plateau, you know, they've got to basically run the gauntlet here. There's not an awful lot of time to wrap north or south unless you're already in a car and moving. Now, looking at it, see Hardship just straight away trying to run the gauntlet here and make their way west.
Oh, Edge, you wild man. He pulls right into it, and all... Apparently the hardships, everybody just keeps on driving. So they're gonna maybe gentleman's agreement this thing. He jumped into the back of the truck. Legend. J-Sec says no thanks. Gets hit on the rock. Chubba's gone down. That's what we expected here, right? There's no chances. It's all about just funneling towards the middle and hoping you get to have the fun and funnel and don't end up in a tunnel.
Oh, no. Yeah, and now they just got to bounce from compound to compound. D-Tree's going to get picked up now. Hardship's taking more casualties. Lobes has got to go even further afield to try and find some form of safety here, but been still trying to follow up, and there's no damage done. Actually, yeah, good tag for 53 there, but yeah, J-Sank, similar problems, man. He's trying to traverse through the terrain again. Not in the best vehicle for it either. The Bronco going over those waves, those ridges. But I mean, the benefit is he's got out west of, I guess, the last team here, which is Dodge. So potentially an opportunity to regroup with Lobes.
My favorite part was that Veritas parked on that hill where we just saw them and watched the whole thing and then went north. They're like, nah, we just watched what happened. We're going to figure something else out. But that's not over because T8's going to come in over there. Zenith, we just checking in with them right now. They basically have to either do the same rotation or go through the literal geographical hell that is the south side of this circle. Going south of Chuma would be a nightmare, but potentially the safest option.
This is insane. Actually, not as many teams over from the east side opting to, I guess, follow in Hardship's footsteps as now considering maybe, I guess, stacking around to the south side towards Chumacera potentially, but on board now, Tactical 8, one of the teams was on the outside. Destinator did manage to make it all the way up to the church. Actually, the remaining 3 members in a Marauder now trying to make their way across this terrain to regroup with him. So a few teams will actually find a decent edge position out on the east side. Now, again, thinking a couple of circles in the future, considering that shift away from the unplayable we talked about on the Power Grid Plateau, not such a bad spot, really, if you can find something at least to cling on to for the time being.
This is the thing about Miramar. Chaos followed by sort of these quiet moments where everybody sort of catches their breath, but then the next rotation happens. Zenith is doing very smart. I think this was the right call, going to that south of Chumacera. The problem is Rumblers has not left, and they will be waiting for them when Zenith shows up. You can already hear the shots going off, and then the circle pops as if to give a giant middle finger to Zenith. They open their maps right now and cried into their drink. That is brutal.
Yeah, brutal's the word. Because that's what, 7 teams that have got to now transition. And again, it makes it even more difficult now as every circle pushes these teams west into a trickier position, really, along the roadside. And now with the circle being smaller than previously, there's even less opportunities to wrap.
That little face on the side of the grocery store about sums up the way the circle's treating these players. Zenith does manage to come in, get a nice little knock there on Los and the flush because the Rumblers were leaving. They were queuing up to get out of here. That was sort of the saving grace for Zenith, is that they got a chance to sort of backfill, backstab, kill Los before he could leave, and now they can make their migration out. TSM is in a beautiful spot in the circle. Eternity also there, but the map is literally, if you look at these overhead shots, a giant migration. Lines of cars as everyone tries to figure out where the heck do we go?
Scans will actually relatively unscathed, at least. In terms of HP, the vehicles probably not so much, but able to cross through the field here. I mean, the question is with no info here, they've got to be scouting on the fly and trying to pick one of these spots to pull up into. KW Key is just about able to regroup. Nitrogen actually playing over towards the northwest side of this. May get a nice off angle if Gascans decide to put some pressure back onto the rest of his teammates, but the Gascans will find a spot over on the western road here.
I've heard it's better to rotate as a group than solos because people don't often discuss who to target, and it seems like the gas cans benefited from everyone shooting all of them instead of one of them. Tactical 8, however, looking to kill all. Never mind. Crop comes in. Morrow does go down, but D-Ridge puts Steezy in the grave. Destinator trying to make a play here. 3 from T8, still up, pushing in. Destinator actually knocks William with the grenade. So William gonna have to lay there as Crop tries to figure out how to get involved with this thing right now. Crop goes in and smokes the back door. William getting flushed from elsewhere. Edge There's Edge again. Gonna go ahead and finish them. On the door opens. Detonator is down. Drop the last man standing. Tries to get the angle, drops back with the AK, closes the door behind him, knows he's got to make a tactical play to try to keep his team in this thing. Meanwhile, Veritas heard blood and wants to come feed as they try to join the frenzy. Gravity trying to root out the last player of Tactical 8 while Veritas, Danny G, taking the point, comes in and says, we want to get involved. We love free kills. Danny G does have a feel for where Crop is, sees the player, gives away his spot. However, Gravity knows he's there. Danny G thinking about maybe falling back after this one. Got the silencer on that DMR. That SLR is going to fall back, I think, and just kind of hold the dip. The circle pops, and it continues to go west. My boy, go west.
Yeah, relatively expected with this one. With again, you got to consider the unplayable terrain. This is heartbreaking, really, for anybody that's set up from Circle 1, which is why you see Veritas trying to go in on this now that they know they have a couple of opportunities, and there's only going to be a handful in a game like this where, you know, points present themselves, right? Which is why they've attempted this third party, but unfortunately not able to really garner anything from it whatsoever. Eyes back towards the circle. Zenith actually able to get ahead of Rumblers. We know they had problems coming out of Chumacera. And now in addition, Rumblers down to 2 as well. So obviously losing another one in that transition.
Zenith acting like a greased pig at the rodeo as they just slip through everybody and grab a spot inside the circle. I don't know how. I mean, do you remember where they were when we started this conversation about Zenith? Like, that is shocking. Not only that they got there, but they got there with 3. Like, that is what is surprising me. That said, let's take a look at Honey and Danny G as Honey gets a nice little knock, jumping over to Veritas, trying to find a spot inside the circle. You saw him earlier trying to get involved with a third party. Tactweight is eliminated in the meantime. Almost. What?
Is that an aid? Did he throw an aid?
I don't think.
Yeah,
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh. That was a wild little turn of events there, but Veritas jumps out, manages to get the first member of Dodge and buys himself some space in this dip. Meanwhile, chaos is everywhere else. TSM's fighting Liberate. 4F in this spot. Liberate is TSM is TSM annihilates Liberate in a 1-2-3. That was clean and fast. We didn't even get a chance to watch it. It was so quick.
No, it wasn't. And Liberate one of the teams that decided to try and wrap north and find a path in, but TSM clinging on to this position from the early game as well. This is where we saw them first getting into it. Was it Eternity on the high ground? Pretty sure it was, but now able to stabilize and give themselves a really good opportunity to kind of farm edge and at least clear some space for themselves.
Keenan loving them. Like, this is peak PUBG fun for me. When you're in a window and clearly no one's interested in looking at you.
Just target
you get
practice.
To shoot. Yeah, I should probably just play the firing range 24/7 because this is the kind of thing I enjoy. What I do not love is pushing this building as Edge is being forced to do against Lampalot.
Oh no,
You have the mollies though. That's the way to clear it. Lampalot jumps over the railing, but all that means is you die closer to ground zero. Kills him through the door. That's like double injury. Makes a doggy door for him to get flushed through. Lampalot down. Edge now has that building and can defend against it. Meanwhile, Waldo burning alive. It has been a fire fest over here nonstop. Freemy Please gets a nice little kill there as the Rumblers go down. KEKW Kiers suffering at the hands of the gas cans, and the circle shifts to the south this time in a switch up to make life a little bit harder for those who are comfortably in the north.
Oh, here's Gascan's actually trying to mount this push on. Lots of utility invested here. You see KEKW is taking a lot of damage here. Aldous will get that knock onto Fries with that molly. Actually, Aldous looking to come up and punish now. We'll go for the flush initially, but we'll just clean things up. Nice little headshot there onto Winnie, and Gascans will create a little bit of space for themselves, but the third party coming through here, a knock, and Adam split as well, and another knock comes through. Aldous gets put down. Punis gets the kill credit for Nico, so Adam, the last man standing for the Gascans here. Zenith still is 3. Sorry, actually 4 now. Wait, what, did they not lose somebody in that transition? I thought it was only 3 that made it out to the southwest.
Zenith,
I guess somebody was late on the rotation.
You know, I told you I was feeling kind of zen at the start of today. I did not mean this. That was some crazy rotation by them. Zenith gets in. Gas cans push that shack because they had to. Sadly, he went for the res that kind of exposed them, but that whole area was just way too open for someone to be outside. We'll jump over to Balefrost, who's been putting in some serious work with that mini, as Oath holds the high ground. The problem is that shift that went south turned Oath from gatekeepers to gate kept, is now they have to find a way to push through the hard shifts and Eternity. Fortunately for them, Eternity is fighting with the hard shifts. Meanwhile, Kickstart, from the team we're watching, manages to flush out and finish the gas cans. Eternity goes down, and that does open the door to Oath only having to push 2 players of the hard shifts. It was a lot tougher a prospect before Eternity got knocked out there.
Yeah, it creates a lot of space actually for the 2 teams that need it most, which is Oath and TSM, right? If Oath deal with hard shifts here, again, I'm not sure what decision TSM are going to make. It looks like they might be considering the compound actually. Going to send it down towards the long building, right down the hill, using the tree for cover, so they actually nullify a lot of the damage potential coming out.
Beautiful play. TSM pushes strong. They're up against the building. They want to get inside. Edge is no stranger to fighting, and they love to go. Nana peeks out, ducks back inside, tries to get the play, but they've made it through the window. Nana going for the bandage just inside of the long hall. It's a locked in. Sees him out, knocked him down. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Hard shifts out elsewhere. Honey tries to make a play. Drops on down. Alo is a king as they push hard. Edge is eliminated. TSM pushed a defensive compound that is insanely difficult to get into using a tree and hubris. You don't win pushes with trees and hubris unless you're TSM.
The other thing was that somebody had a Saiga. Nana had a Saiga ready to greet them on the door and not able to get any damage across it. I mean, it's the worst weapon, really. You don't see it used often, but right there, it's the perfect tool for the job. And look at that. Circle 5, they come in, they find themselves a compound, crashing onto a compound, and now it's dead center.
That is, I mean, it's TSM. And the thing is, you can't be like, well, they didn't earn it, because that push was wild, right? Like you said, Nana was set up to do some damage. The hope was anyone pushes us, we'll get them low on the spray, and then you run out with a side gun, you finish the job. But they couldn't hit him. It was the perfect approach vector by TSM. Planned, perfected, practiced, I am willing to guarantee it, and executed very, very cleanly. Let's jump over to the team who has been, if TSM has been planning every move, Zenith has been flying by the seat of their pants, and it is working. As they now push uphill, Honey Badger with the Groza in hand, looking to get up here and take Oath out. Can they do it? Now is the moment.
And actually, Sparking playing that anchor position has allowed Boonage, Honey Badger, and Shinboy to move up so close. Actually, pretty much within throwable distance here. Look at this, just from Sparking applying a little bit of pressure here. Now, we'll see if Zenith can actually clean this up onto
Time
us.
for redneck fishing, boys. They're going to throw the nades out there, looking to get themselves a little something. Oath already down 1,
Look at
but
the
damage, fight continues. Man. The damage is insane. All of the utility being burned. Poonage drops, but Sparking playing that anchor on the outside. Oath down 1. Both teams lost. Honey Badger is down. That's going to cost him the Groza. Shinboy tries to double back. Maybe wants to get the res before the blue closes in, but doesn't have a lot of options. Taking shots from TSM downhill is going to put Shinboy in a very tough position. He has to make some hard decisions. The Molly's going to come out. Shinboy to the top of the hill, thinking he wants to try to make the push. Oath is at 3 right now. Penta knocks Honey Badger, flushes Honey Badger. TSM's just in there stealing kills.
Shinboy actually got a knock and a flat. Actually, I think 2 confirms on the kills there.
Nice.
With that nade. And Snakers will get knocked, but Belfast trying to get this res before the circle comes in. So much pressure coming on. I like to think of from Zenith, but ultimately it's backfired with this third party coming in from TSM. And look at that. How much damage is coming in from TSM as they try and push up. And it's actually Oath that survived through the barrage of utility.
Zenith fought tooth and nail for so long, and they go out at the hands of TSM on a sniper third party, basically. And now Oath has to lick their wounds. They burned almost all of their utility to survive the fight with Zenith, which means Purdy and the boys can just watch them walk in.
You're already up to 12 kills as well. And like I said, I mean, this is the point where anything's a bonus, right? You get the compound, yeah, it's great. You can ride out, play a bit of placement, but to do it as 4 and still be in a position to keep putting up kills, there you go. Kurt gonna fish out Vegas as well on the hay bales with a nade. And weaken Dodge that they were sharing this, well, I guess the remnants of Dodge at least that they were sharing this compound with. And again, a little more circle love for good measure.
Oh my goodness, that compound is, oh my goodness, look at that compound. Spicy Fish, they can kind of stay. Roth should push up to Keenan. They can wait and see how this one plays out. Veritas can't very easily join Michael. They're going to have to try to make a play, but I assume they'll wait till the blue closes a little bit more to try and make that happen, because Spicy Fish do have eyes on them when they try to make the rotation. The big play force is going to be Oath here. Oath has to find some sort of way to get to the circle, and you saw that the second they stepped out, Balefrost took a pop to the chest. Snakers, however, does do what Snakers do best and gets just inside the circle.
I'm actually impressed they were able to break line of sight actually here on the compound and get down. But again, the next question is for how long, right? What's the next cross look like for Snakers? Balefrost still out in no man's land, to be honest with you, with this cross now to try and regroup at least.
And even then, Snakers is on a ridge that's not technically in, so he's going to have to come over. His hope, I think, is that Veritas or Spicy Fish make a move early, and he can try to use that for cover. Sharp shot from Spicy Fish, though, is taking shots at Snakers over there. We knew that Oath's biggest threat might be from that side. Roth playing the anchor on the outside for them as well, doing a great job there. We saw him clutch up the last game, so letting him play anchor and have a little bit of lemonade on this one, it looks like, as a Sharp shot sort of taking the harassment helm here as he watches two teams from one spot.
There you go. They will pick off Snakers on that cross. It's Kurt that steals it away.
Kurt.
No way, man. But
this is unusual.
This is the importance of remaining active when you have this sort of position. You're able to just pick up these cheeky kill points along the way and capitalize on, a few of these other teams that are in a more, I guess, desperation mode to try and convert their position. And to get these steals. So now TSM can flex out a little bit with that threat from the north, which was the remnants at Oath. They can start to get more hungry and see what else they can find.
Yeah, they go by TSM, but their team quad made as they move forward to the middle of the circle. They counted that. Both of those shots started at the exact same time. They opened fire together. They got a double knock. Spicy Fish is immediately down to one. Veritas stuck on the rock. The fish have been flushed. VTS, Dodge, and TSM bring up the final three teams, but TSM has almost complete control of more than 50% of this circle. Veritas and Dodge are going to have to clean each other out inside of a little barn, and TSM's on the roof. They put Luke on the roof in the late game. This is just TSM position control mastery at its finest.
There's an absolute stranglehold on this. Now, Luke actually nearly threading the needle and finding that headshot. If he'd have got that, that'd have been disgusting.
That would have been wide. Yeah, we would have lost it. That was a beautiful, but that's the thing about Luke. Like, even knowing to look for that is just the time that these guys put into this game. They're trading. It's palpable, and they've only gotten better. TSM, STK, Iron Man, whatever you want to call them, are like a fine wine of PUBG. The longer I see them play together, the more ridiculous and good they seem to be. Veritas trying to figure out how to fight against this. Jazz up Michael and Ethan here along the ridge line. They know roughly where TSM is, and they know that there's someone from Dodge just inside of that bar, and they just don't know how to get them out.
Yeah, I mean... If TSM are able to clean up all of these kills without, obviously, Veritas digging out Hello Senpai, and you can see them desperately looking for that last kill point for them. But again, I just don't think they have a proper read. Until they spot all the members of TSM, I don't think they can figure out that it is a solo stuck inside the barn. I think they're probably assuming TSM have control of the barn also.
Or that it's that makes sense. Or it's a 3 and 2 of some sort. It's fascinating. The guys are going to throw some nades in there because Veritas does need to basically get in there.
The problem is, out now.
Luke is just watching, though. The second they start to make these peaks, one of them is going to go kaput. All right, Michael back to the ridge line, tries to go around the left. You can see Purdy down there inside the grass, just watching the blue, making sure there's no snakes, preventing the wraparound. Very clean play by him. Michael does shoot off. I think that was a car door or something in there that pulled the shot. Though we did see Purdy's head for just a second. Alo getting a little bit of jiggle peeks. Purdy playing very, very close. Looks like he wants to try to get aggressive. They know that they've got such an advantage, and they have such a pad on the scoreboard. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's what you think is like, with Luke putting this much pressure through the barn, where can this guy be playing if he's still in there? I mean, this is really, really well set up from TSM. Ultimately here, I mean, look how much they're just bunched backs against the wall here. Veritas have got to make a play, and I don't think they're really confident enough to do so. No options whatsoever, and the molly damage coming through and ticking them and just keeping them honest for the time being as well.
Well, and what they've done is Luke is guaranteed Luke can tell them about 40% of the circle that they're not in. And TSM is just spreading out and sweeping the rest of it. And now they control the center point between the two members of their team. So TSM just systematically clearing and got to a point where they knew where the guys were, mollied it up. Hello Senpai does get the kill in the flush. That'll be a point for him. Veritas manages to make a play. Menta will go down, but Alo gets Michael. Jazza gets Alo returned. Luke 12, all of a sudden the last man standing has to make the final play. Can he push before Dodge or Veritas? Veritas wants to res, Dodge wants to survive. This all of a sudden became TSM's game into a 1v1v1.
No way this comes down to it. Penta desperately trying to call away. Hello Senpai will finally fall. It's only Jazza standing for Veritas right now, and he's not even looking for the res. He wants to try and secure this game for Veritas. Penta now, whether or not he's going to be able to relay this information or look back beyond the smoke.
1v1. Jazza looks like he's going to sacrifice, maybe go for some of the flushes. No one's going for reses. They're going to play it out. Jazza versus Luke 12. Luke 12 opens the spray, pops the head, and the Wonder from down under comes through with yet another win. They keep cutting to my camera faster than I expect. I look ridiculous with the hand motions,
nearly catching me out, actually, yeah.
TSM plays that game clean, beautiful, comes out with, are you ready for this? 19 kills.
Yeah, and even when it comes down to it, I mean, right there with Veritas, ultimately their biggest win condition is finding 1 or 2 knocks, right? It's actually 3 they find. The fact that Luke 12 is then able to somehow get himself off the rooftop. Hello Senpai doesn't punish him. Jazz is not in a position to greet him there when he tries to find another position in that circle. But wow, what a game. From the crash onto the long building, just a hard-fought victory, right? With that early game pressure, we saw them set up versus Eternity, clear all that space over on the east side after the circle keeps coming towards Power Grid. Ultimately, Montenuevo, actually. But yeah, just an insane game from TSM.
An insane game, an amazing match, one more to play, and I'm not going to leave you with some sort of hype out. I'm just going to leave this on the table. TSM used to be STK. Day one of their signing, 19 kills, and top of the leaderboard. Buckle in, boys and girls. It's going to be a wild ride.
been flipping pages since I could remember. That told me I had to be within the lines of 2 degrees and 9 to 5. And I've been working after work since last September. Working after work, yeah. I stay up late on the weekdays. I never tell when we say. I never wanna look.
4 games for TSM to win, and when they win big. Massive game for them. In fact, Hypoc, let's just throw the leaderboard up there so that you can tell me about who was awesome and who was not.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a similar story, right? Only 3 teams making it to double digits, and TSM, I mean, coming away with the early kind of value they found, and ultimately, you know, you could say that they're able to take a risk like crashing that long build, even though it's so well calculated, due to the fact that they'd already put up this point buffer, right? And we keep talking about consistently putting up points and enabling them to take these risks. And this is the one time that actually, bigger picture wise, it massively pays off for them because they're able to close out the game. At one point, it got a little dicey, like I said, when Veritas able to find so much damage and 3 knocks actually in the fray in the end game. Now I thought it was actually going to slip through their fingers, and TSM were going to throw that one away. But even so, if they come out with second, they still place first overall there in that scenario, which is the crazy thing to consider, right?
Yeah.
But this again comes back to what we were talking about earlier, Steve. You know, they're bad games when they're putting up consistent points. They come away and win one now. This is going to do wonders for them overall leaderboard.
So that before we go to leaderboard, I do want to give a shout out to Veritas because I, for one, just assumed they were done for, and they almost pulled that out. So that was a tough place to win from. They put in some good work. Let's look at the overall leaderboard. Keep in mind, TSM got 29 points in that game, which is now more total points from one game than every team 4th and below has after 4. That's a lot of that is telling.
But
go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say as well, 29 points because, like, grand scheme of things, they haven't had bad games tonight. And that's effectively 50% of their point acquisition already. 64 is the total. It just shows how huge that game was for them as well. I mean, also, shout out Spicy Fish to ultimately, I guess, within 13 points, kind of keep pace with that as well.
Yeah, the Fish are definitely kicking some butt. They're doing a great job. It's not the same Spicy Fish we saw at the start of ESL. So that is good news, I think, for a lot of us as we hope to see the Spicy Fish sort of thrive. And it was rough to watch them start ESL and play catch up the whole time. They're a team that seems to do better, in my opinion, when they can start strong. So seeing them there, seeing Zenith there, again, it comes down to when I look at this leaderboard, I see PGIS pedigrees continuing to thrive and perform well, Hypoc.
Yeah, again, I've got to say as well, this is so top heavy that actually when you look at kind of middle of the pack, first place is 64 points, Liberate is 19. And look at the teams that surrounded that. It's Edge on 22, Rumblers 22, Veritas 21. I mean, with TSM soaking up so many of these points and Spicy Fish, and actually includes Zenith in that equation as well. It's so difficult for some of these teams, especially considering if they don't play tomorrow, they've got to sit one out. It leaves you with a huge deficit. And we know how much these 3 lobby kind of series can really, I guess you could, once you start behind, it's so difficult to come back. It's so difficult to come back with the variables of teams dropping elsewhere and having to be ready for the different setup in a different lobby with a different set of teams. It's just so rough. So, to have this so top heavy already is a big concern for me.
I imagine, remember, only 6 advanced guaranteed to grand final. The rest have to go to the last chance qualifier to earn their spot in. Sonics, with the end of the suspension, the return of Primetime Mime, should also be point sponges when they get back into play. What that means is those top 4 spots are already looking to get pretty gosh darn chunky. On top of that, Hypoc, I feel deep sorrow and pity for everyone who is not Zenith and TSM in Group A, because it is going to be a very difficult week for them, being that those 2 teams are playing so well. That said, let's get back into it. It is time for the last match of the day. Beautiful Miramar, relatively fair playing, and a big start to a last game where if you are mid-pack, if you're struggling and you're in sort of that 5th and below right now, you need to have a big match here, Hypoc. This is a big, important game because while we're playing 30, not every team is playing 30, right? There, you don't have an infinite amount of time to make up for a bad
Yeah.
start.
Yeah, and ultimately, just coming back to kind of the three group lobby sort of format. For me, it all comes down to that average points, right?
Mhm.
You've got to be posting consistently, whether or not you're going to have, come out and win one game with 15 kills and drop a donut in the next. Really, you got to bank on just posting a comfortable kind of anywhere in that kind of 7 to 10 region average throughout these. Yes, we've got the last chance qualifiers. Maybe you can write a little bit off there. Let's see. Gravity gonna send some early shots towards parachuting. Is that Sharp Shot? I can't even tell which member of Spicy Fish that is, but no damage it looks like coming across. But
he was actually closer, I think. It was Sharp, right? I think
it was Sharp, yeah.
Closer to damaging his own guy than Gravity in that brief moment.
Yeah.
Now that I would have loved. That I would have just the dream. Sharp Shot trying to snipe a parachuter and his own guy stepping in front of him. It'd be hilarious. All right, that's it. We've seen a lot of good games. TSM, massive match. For those of you who maybe new or just showed up, that TSM logo has replaced a relatively famous PUBG logo, STK, that's been around for a while. Kudos to those guys. But I also think there's a side project here. And this is maybe not going to be super popular with some of the folks who are viewing who have been with TSM for a long time. This is a big change. TSM leaving Europe, coming to North America, signing STK. I think that there's going to take a lot of convincing by the guys from the new TSM to maybe get TSM fan base on board. This is a very big organization with fans who love TSM, right? And I think that last game, and if they can keep playing the way that they have, will go a very long way to convincing those fans, those diehard fans, that this could be the right place, that this could be an amazing future for TSM PUBG.
It could indeed, and like I said, as long as we keep seeing the good of them, I mean,
Yep.
I'm all for it. It's a fantastic way for them to start off on their first day representing, and you can't ask for much more than that, right? And especially for them to play, I guess, character-wise, what we've come to expect of this roster. That's the best thing for me.
Also, I want to give more love to Penta. He's been getting tons lately. He struggled through PGIS, and not struggled, like he played well there, but it was a tough time. The substitution, the things that surrounded it, mentally had to have been fatiguing. And then the process of signing with this organization, the process of solidifying rosters, that has to have taken a toll. And yet, Penta continuously steps up, finds himself often the last player standing or setting up the last player, never seems to give an inch, and always takes a while. And I have been very, very impressed, not only with his skill, but his mental fortitude. It has been phenomenal to watch Penta over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it was for sure. I mean, and again, it's no real secret. I know you'll have no problems with me saying this as well, that, ultimately when the first rumors dropped of whether or not it was going to be Penta to kind of ride out and not just be the sub for PGIS, right? And to continue and actually step into that team. I remember Gunnar even saying, it's like, yeah, the guy's nuts. Like, why wouldn't we take him? We only took him as a sub because we consider actually potential-wise he could be a member of the team. So to come through and deliver, again, like you said, in a very precious scenario with that high profile roster change midway through PGIS is fantastic to see. And like I said, in terms of his tenure, he's had a couple of weird rosters he's been a part of that didn't last very long and maybe didn't give him the best opportunity to show what he's really capable of. But it's fantastic to see him come through and put numbers up. I mean, just look at ESL. Like, just coming through and keeping pace with Luke all the way through that is a testament, because how often do we talk about Luke just being the slayer for that roster?
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that they've added that second player who's been putting out such huge numbers and seems so committed. I mean, the reality is Penta's been around as long as any other player in the pro scene and has been working just as hard for just as long and avoided the burnout just as effectively as many of our top guys. And we are, 4 years in now, if you start talking about sort of the beginning of this thing, Hypoc, burnout is real. It is tough for some of these guys who've been playing for so long to still train 6 to 8 hours a day, to still make sure they make every scrim, and to still stay focused 24/7, and that's what's always blown me away with this TSM roster is they never seem to lose that step, and that I think is why I often look towards them to sort of take the helm in North America. That said, it doesn't mean they're going to do that because there are other teams, particularly the Sonics. They haven't even taken the field yet, and I expect Mime's coming back with a chip on his shoulder and a willingness to absolutely go ham, specifically because we're using the point rule for this stage of the game. Like, they can go wild and out from the moment they drop tomorrow, and I expect them to do so.
Yeah. And again, it says, again, we talk about historically, I mean, both teams, TSM and Sonics, have gone through that group stage curse, right? And Sonics actually more so, I'd say that more often than not, we've seen them in terms of how PCS went last year in the group stages. They do like the bare minimum, right, to get through, and then absolutely explode in the final stages. But really, the question last year was if SDK ever carried that form from group stages through, and unfortunately through PCS 2 and 3, it wasn't there for them. So to see them start strong, and again with Sonic absent from this lobby on day one, put up a good number, and I'll be honest, get confidence boosters right the wrongs from last year.
I mean, it's also something to be said for there is a value to playing the last day, right? And there's a big value to playing the first day. And last day, if you do play the first day and not the last, what you have to do is get that head start. Get off the blocks in such a way that every team chasing you sort of almost writes off that position for themselves, saying, all right, well, they can't be caught, but we can still get 2nd through 6. And that is what TSM is doing right now with a 16 point per game average after 4, which is
say that out loud
bananas.
Again.
16 points per game. Like, that is obscene. Teams consider what, 6 to 8 on a game a good game? These guys are doubling that per round. And it is crazy. And that's how you start. The question is, will they keep it going? I hope so. It's not a honeymoon phase. They've been together long enough. So I foresee nothing changing. Zenith, man, they have survived some sketch stuff on rotations today. I'm just going to leave it at that.
That they have, yeah. I actually thought there was a point where he's going to knock him off the bike after driving through several walls. But Gascan's actually going to pull up right now. Nico's on the back of it. Perfect. I'm actually going to find the knock first, though.
In comes the gas cans. Oldest goes around the left side. It's Edge yet again as Oldest wants to make the play. He's got the barrel with the red dot. The rest of the gas cans rolling up heavy. Edge is alone right. Oh, no, they're all showing up. They have all arrived, but Fem is in by himself. Double knock, though. Nana gets the nade on Adam and drops the gas cans down to 2. They are going to try to get the res. Nikos will be healed up as they go in. Inferno waiting for their chance to make a play. I like that Molly up over the 2nd floor window to drop down into the garage. I don't know that there's a way for them to rescue Adam here as Edge is coming around. Nana looking to make his way around the side and catch him off guard. Shoreen also on the assist. This team works very well as a team, often right behind each other. Nana does go ahead and get the flush on Adam, so that will put the gas cans down to a permanent 3. Immediately, Edge relocates. They get the flush and then flank to the opposite side to try and throw the gas cans off their game just a little bit.
Yeah, I like that as well. It's kind of dealing with it, I guess, going to try and punish the res if it was coming through, and then resetting and kind of, I guess, tackling the fight from a different angle here. But Oldest has managed to get himself to the 2nd floor, but a little bit of damage coming through. I'm not sure where that was from a third party, actually, all the way to the south, potentially. But
yeah,
damage comes through. He's got to hit the deck, got to find a heal now. And I guess a little bit of a stalemate here with gas cans. I guess the disadvantage in the head count. Yeah, it was actually Alo. You can see he positioned up here to get that shot onto the 2nd floor. Yeah, of course it was. TSM flexing out early on to try and find some more kill points.
Hey guys, there's a fight over there. Let's go. Shoreen tries to make the play. Oldest gets the turn. Hikerman is flushed though. Edge loses, but when they lose, they cost you everything. Meanwhile, Oath putting in some work from the outside. Heine comes in, gets a nice little spray with the M4. Has got the iron sight through the car. Tries to be cheeky, but is betrayed. Down he goes. Fem, the last player from Edge, still standing. Only one player left, I believe, from the gas cans. Up inside, nice play there as Nikos gets Nana and will end Edge. That said, it cost gas cans literally everything, as only Oldest remains. And now Kurt and the TSM boys say, I heard there's some loot. Y'all keeping that?
Yeah, and Kurt actually put up 3 kills from that third party as well. They try and punish the last member trying to escape away here. Alo might get an angle, actually, on the downside of this hill. Send some shots out. Doesn't land the first. Now obviously going to try and swerve back and forth with the vehicle. I think Oldless will manage to escape here. But yeah, like I said, look at it, Kurt. 3 kills already just on the back of that third-party attempt.
Let's jump over to the Groza Chaos. His sharp shot knocks Hello Senpai out of his car. Roth goes ahead and finishes the flush. It's a little bit of a kill on Dodge as they try to make themselves a rotation, but it has been chaotic to start yet again. And yet again, Hypoc, it is that 4-letter team Edge that is in the mix for the early game chaos.
Yeah, I was just saying, look, actually is bouncing back and forth with the circle posting here. Lots of teams, I guess, gathering back up. And Chopper will catch the backside and will find the kill onto Sparking as well. Is he lazy?
1 HP.
I was going to say some of these teams still maintain the splits, but a few more actually looking to regroup. Hardship's actually one of the teams still over on the west side of Los Leones, and Zenith actually scattered around to the south of this. But
you know, I'm going to give...
Actually, now J-Sank will get responded onto by a member of Gravity.
Oh. I'll give props to Sparking, though, because he got ambushed and still managed to get him down to 1 HP and almost win that.
Yeah.
So that was pretty impressive, if you ask me. Let's jump over to Liberate. These guys have been hustling today. They haven't got as much of a result as they would hope so far, but have managed to keep themselves in the mix when you sort of talk about that. The last 3 in the top 6, because that's the reality. 6 advance for sure. You want to make sure you're in that top 6. And the top 3 positions are starting to lock up pretty strong with, you know, still less than a fourth of the games played. The reality is these point per game averages by the top 3 teams are astronomical compared to everybody else. That said, that opens the door for some of these middle teams like Liberate to really get away with placing with a little more of a passive style of play, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell just happened there, but the Dietrich's got like a double knock with an aid, and then Zenith somehow stole one of those kills away.
Of course they did. This is
Zenith like way outside the city here as well.
Except,
gonna now.
Honey Badger's is kind of closer, I think. He's inside-ish.
Yeah, but how's he got a sight line up onto that?
Well, that's just Honey Badger things, you know?
Yeah, actually fair.
Yeah, so he was late. He was building ladders. Look up over the cliff. All right, Houston Hardships trying to get closer here. Los Leones is not going to be in the final circle. Mark my words, and probably going to end up in the final circle. So these teams are looking to find their way out of town. Oath in a pretty good spot, roughly in the middle. TSM, as you saw earlier, took control of a great spot and then unleashed on everyone else around them. Gravity stuck up inside of these apartment buildings, which are absolutely, in my opinion, horrible to play in, Hypoc. Like, the amount of levels, the holes, like, this is just not somewhere fun to hold and is insanely difficult to push.
Horrible to play in, horrible to play out of.
Yeah.
When you eventually have to leave them, if you've got a team staring you down, it's very awkward. And Circle's feeling pretty wet today. Another one pulling right the way over towards Chumacera. So Oath's actual central position now will be kind of the first point of call on the east side for some of these teams trying to rotate in.
And that's a good thing for Oath. Oath has been playing consistent, but not racking up points. And if they can fish out some kills off of this sort of gate position, that would be really good news for them. On the opposite side, it's kind of good news for everybody else in the lobby. TSM is middle. Like, I know that I shouldn't say that. As well. That's what I was saying is, like, TSM is doing so well at this point. You kind of just want them to keep dominating and sponging points while you do pretty good, if that makes sense. Like, it's all right. At least if someone gets circled, it's those guys, either us or them. You know what I mean? And try to keep engaging in that sort of 3 through 6 spot. 4AF has got a pretty good spot here. No one's going to push too hard. Rumblers just over the road. In fact, I doubt they do anything against each other so much as just ruin teams that push in on them. Pooh Face gets a nice little knockdown there. Actually, he wasn't. We were just watching him. Jay's on an Evolution. Do all the hard work, and Michael goes down.
Liberate, I guess, in a good position to come on and play to the east side of TSM's kind of high ground. I guess sitting this late to try and deal with some of the latecomers, maybe trying to just, I guess, hold on to this spot until they have to commit to coming into the circle. But really, I mean, yeah, KEKW have got a long ways to go, and they're in the thick of it in the city. They don't have a lot of options now. They don't have a lot of opportunities to find information to come in. They've almost got to blind send it through. They haven't got the time to set up and scout in.
The problem I have is that, like, this is KEKW. I feel like this is what we've been seeing all day. KEKW's rotations have just been kind of a prayer, right? Like a Hail Mary pass. They're just throwing it up there and hoping wherever the ball lands, it works out. And I think some of that foresight maybe isn't quite clicking in because there's only so much chaos you can attribute to unluck. You know what I mean? So we'll see how it goes. They continue to try to find their way out of Los Leones. Zenith will be playing gatekeeper for them. We'll jump over to Veritas. Jazza is back up. Danny and Ethan still remain as they try to hold their spot that is outside the circle. So they've got to get everyone back up and running and make a tough rotation because where they're headed to, there is not a lot of real estate. Liberate is actually in the same position. They did send Ice Tech out to scout. But I'll tell you what, you never really want to go for a double drive in an open top Murado into a contested area. Hopefully, Ice Tech scouting will give them a good foothold to try to transition into this a little bit safer. KEKW Kiers, there's that transition we talked about. They are going to go absolutely ham tomorrow as Gravity tries to rotate past them. They've got fire, they've got hail, but Batty ultimately gets to a spot where he can try to pay back KEKW for their aggression.
That's it. That's right. Doesn't come back through, but looking at Gravity now trying to punish to KEKW as well. We know that was the team that was transitioning through Los Leones and didn't really have a lot of opportunity to stop and scout. And look like actually they might get punished for it here. Utility going to get invested, some defensive smokes laid down, but now with the circle posting, they do need to try and stabilize here. Dodge actually coming over the top and put some pressure onto them as well. So KEKW backs against the wall here, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing new to me. I love that KEKW Kiers are putting in the work, but they are just not closing the deals. As you see, Gravity kind of come around the outside. They do get the flush. One man standing on the opposite side, but really only two for Gravity, as they do need to try to get Zovrin up here on the res. They don't want to let him bleed out. You can see Batty considering grabbing a car and going over there to try to make that pickup happen. We'll peek in at TSM. They've moved themselves to this little shack, and really it's not that they're playing the shack, they're playing that hill next to it that has given them a lot of flexibility to sort of keep an eye on everything inside the map. Gas cans are eliminated in 15th place. Morrow from Gravity goes down or gets flushed by Winnie. I think he gets kind of bleeds out at the end of that, so they do not get the res. Shinboy sees a bum and rips it off. Takes some damage in return, though, as Lobes defends J-Sank.
Yeah, as again, he said Zenith kind of the ones to gatekeep this eastern side here, especially with this new circle posting. The Hardship's got it all to do now to break through and find an opening. Actually, in the meantime, the remnants of Veritas take that opportunity to send it down the road, run the gauntlet. Yeah. Lots of shots sent their way from Oath. And you can see Snake is actually going to find the first knock. No second coming through, so just Jazza left now. But there you go. Finally dealt with, and it's actually cropped from a distance to come through. As Hardships actually look like they're making the push onto Zenith once again.
They are. So Hardships has been sort of on the pursuit. Veritas tried to capitalize on some chaos to make their rotation. It didn't quite work out. We'll see the Houston Hardships. They continue to just aggressively chase. J-Sank and Lobes keeping an eye on Zenith to their left side, but they're about to come out of this little ravine they're working in. And if they do, they're going to get caught. It is a good spot, but they have to stop there. They're not really too far into the circle, so they'll just hold. Meanwhile, we'll go to TSM, who is being pushed. Liberate's rolled up on top of them. Penta ready to defend. Purdy Curdy's got 3 kills, but now he's down, taking damage. Ironically enough, Spicy Fish. Roth goes ahead and knocks him out. Civ gets Penta for the flush. Bit of vengeance. I want to say, there's he probably enjoys killing him. I'll just leave it at that.
You see it in the kill feed. It's the quickest flush he'll go for all night.
Yes, exactly. I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, he's my flush. Anyway, Kickstart jumps into his buggy and rotate. It starts to make his push. Going to go ahead and lead the charge. I like that Kick's been playing the aggressive front man lately. It's been very, very strong as he pulls up on Liberate, who has been trying desperately to find themselves some real estate for a while now. Ice Tech did find them a toehold in this circle, but they have just been under constant assault. And now you can see Kickstart continues as he pushes forward with a beautiful grenade. It'll go off, drops Jason, brings Exvolution very, very low, and Kick is still going ahead and playing golf with grenades as he keeps blowing them out. He immediately moves around to the right side. Oath, Kickstart drops very low, took some damage from the distance, has to try to make a play. Ice Tech is burning, moves to the high ground because he has no other option, and now he's knocked. It is just Exvolution and Kickstart trying to fight this one out. Notice, no one else from Oath has gone with him. Kickstart said, I'm going to go clear them, and basically has done so.
You see, Bale has a really good angle to relay this information to Kickstart, though. And I think now maybe Snakers and Relo considering making this rotation as well. But
I think it was
coming
slowed
into,
down, sadly.
Yeah, it's Zenith actually pressuring this. So I don't know if maybe some other members of Oath tried to hop in vehicles and took some damage. Now Kickstart actually going to get another knock onto Ice Tech and the flush onto Jason. There you go. Actually, Liberate going to be dealt with there. But Punij does get the response onto Kickstart. Now with Oath looking to, I guess, regroup with each other now that Relo might be able to get this res off. But Rumblers actually coming up on the backside of this, seeing this in the kill feed, and going to try and make their move.
Yeah, this might actually be bad. Oath is sending somebody in for the
It's
res
Oath
because the
split.
fight finished. Yeah, exactly. Oath sent one in for a res thing and be okay, but the Rumblers are not interested. They show up on top of the chaos, and they want to come in for the drive-by. Cherry in and out, but he does not see Relo in the smoke. And this might actually pay off. Rumblers are driving right past Oath. Oath comes out of the smoke, but it is not going to be enough. Cherry gets the headshot to drop down Kickstart. Relo almost out, and the fire is there. He will get dropped. Look at that. The amount of things thrown in to that one pile of smoke is epic. Rumblers take the spot after Kickstart worked so gosh darn hard to get it.
Yeah, now, I mean, they have a really good opportunity to punish the split of Oath now because they've got into the position closest to, and they're in fantastic utility range for it as well. Balefrost actually sending shots elsewhere is going to find a knock onto Punij, so that's it. That's going to be the green light for Snakers and Bale to actually try and make a move towards the shack, but lots of damage comes through, but no knock actually. Both managed to get inside.
Snakers and Bale, two young lads trying to survive right now. Every time they try to make a move, you saw this earlier when they were going to back up kick, they just got stuck in like a weird little car. They couldn't jump in the right vehicle because the way they parked against the shack. Now they're stuck in here. Bale almost goes down, but they somehow continue to survive. 10 teams up, 27 players alive. Bina trying to save Vegas, but it is a big gamble as he takes shots from below. He will get up there and get the res. Vexel, Soup, I'm not really sure what's going on with Eternity, but they will very likely just be eliminated here in a moment or two. The circle pops. Tactical 8 is inside, and TSM has the middle yet again.
Yeah, Kel Surprise. There's now Rumblers looking to put some pressure up here onto Zenith. Got to try and find a way in on the east side. I don't think they're able to really track where Oath repositioned to now.
No.
Again, other teams trying to pressure Oath on the way in. It's not necessarily a free rotation, but now Cherry, look, you see.
And you're downhill.
He's greeted with, yeah, this is a really tricky push here with no smoke line coming down. Lost actually going to open things up though. Punij falls.
That was nice. It was a nice spray. Opens up. Cherry back into the smoke. The car is coming, though. They were just providing a little bit of cover as Valiate gets closer. Valiate trying to make plays in a Valiate-esque way. The nade's going to come out, though. He goes for the spray. Ooh. Does a ton of damage and somehow avoids the Molotovs. The fire is everywhere.
Should be done with
but
that
so
nade
far,
as well.
He hasn't been on trouble. Honey Badger up on top of the hill. He's the last man standing. Throws out the flashes. Opens the fire. Manages to get one knock, but there's still two up. Honey Badger sees him on the right side. Goes for that pop. Rotates around a little bit farther, looking for the flank. Tries to get the blaze down. He's low, but it's too many Rumblers as they push up, take off the gloves, and smash Zenith down.
That's it. They're in a good position to maybe wrap this. I mean, it's only Winnie on the south side of the ridge here, so I mean, if they can read the situation well, they can play on the south side of T8's compound. They don't have to commit to wiping T8 and getting into the compound here. Gravity sending Zovereign and Baddie around on the south side as well. Have to wait and see. With Rumblers, some time and some space to set up here. What do they decide to do?
And the thing is, they don't have a lot of information, right, Buck? They sort of had to push that hill out of desperation.
Yes. Yeah.
So they don't know what's down there. And this isn't a casual game. In a casual game, the guy you killed might have gone onto all chat and been like, there's a team to the south. It's a solo. That's not going to happen. They got to figure it out on their own. So they're going to try to make that rotation slowly and hope Winnie doesn't catch them off guard. Meanwhile, Gravity going for the res over here on the ridge line, but that circle is closing, as is their chance to perform well in this game. Time will run out. Dodge, Vegas, jumps in a car and decides driving forward is for suckers as he goes backwards out of the base and pulls a nice. That was like a Fast and the Furious move. Super sexy. Nice job, Vegas. As he grabs himself a little dip up on the edge.
There you go. Actually, Waldo dealing with the last two members of Gravity and Winnie himself. But another 3 kills on the board for Rumblers after a good game one and being, I got to say, a little absent from the games that followed. Now, got themselves in a position where they to stabilize. Obviously, like a crucial play up the hill and take that fight onto Zenith now, and ultimately going to reap the reward from that.
Yep. After that triple clear, I think everyone knows exactly where Waldo is, as well as the rest of the Rumblers. On the south side of that circle, the next shift about to proc, and when it does, it is going to determine an awful lot because only one team is comfortably sort of middle. That's TSM. They're still going to stay there. Tactical 8, sadly for them, loses the compound. They're going to have to sort of either rotate south or push that ridgeline and fight with Oath for it. 4F going to have a tough push in, and I don't know. There's not a lot here, and it's going to force everyone to fight on the fringes. Does TSM, if you're TSM, do you just hold up at that shack, or do you try to get out and control a little hill time?
I don't think they can really make a play towards any of these teams right now. With being in this circle and other teams having good sight lines in, it'd be really difficult for them to find any value in doing so. I mean, Kurt's trying to flex out into the terrain anyway to give them some sort of, I guess, contingency plan in case somebody pushes up on the shack. But right here, Rumbler's actually in a really good spot. I mean, timing-wise, they're going to be able to wait out Tactical 8 having to leave that compound and Dodge ultimately having to make a move. If they're ready for that, then they're going to be able to clear themselves some space and I think still control the high ground of the circle.
Yeah. No, it's starting to smell like it could. I mean, the Rumblers are at a chance to get a big win if the dominoes fall right. If they can take out Tactical 8, that said, it's going to be a tall order, but it is nice to see because they have been scrapping to get to where they are. And, it's always fun to see a team that's been on a scrap from the start sort of keep that momentum going. Meanwhile, we're looking at Afromaniacs. They try to figure out their way to come uphill. Oath has left the shack and will quickly leave the game as the second they walk out of there, they get absolutely just ripped up. Come on, Shove. Come on, Shove. And Steezy gets it. That'll be the end of Oath. They thought they could pull it off. They tried their best. Ultimately, it's not going to be enough. Afromaniacs Greg's going to heal himself up. Alo is interested in getting involved. They left the shack. They decided to make the play. They want the edge. TSM is out. Penta's down. Still 3 up strong. Alo taking the lead position, but they got a little bit of damage. They ducked back in, decided it's not worth mixing that up just yet. Meanwhile, the Rumblers do see Tactical 8 leaving the compound. TSM, Curdy queuing up a grenade. You hate to see that if you're 4F because that grenade is probably going to sting. Here it comes. Good bounce. Purdy gets Greg shot and follows with another. He's got a flash lined up to follow up if they get a second knock, but that is going to put them one down. Dodge does shoot from the high ground, however, and first forces Curdy to duck, cover just a little bit. He is cracked. His helmet is almost completely gone, and his vest is donezo. So Purdy's got to play very careful as he's out here in the open, everyone watching him.
Yeah, that's the way this has worked out. With Oath dying as OZM, it's allowed Tactical 8 to kind of spread to the north side of the circle a little bit. And I guess break line of sight Rumblers to the south now. So, I mean, with 4F being slowed on this push towards TSM, really, this is the pivotal team fight here to clear some of the space in this circle.
It's been a wonderful experience for T8 because of that. Because 4F took out, like you said, Oath and opened the door and then got caught up with TSM. And then T8 has done a great job of actually hurting Dodge to allow TSM to continue to cause trouble for the Afromaniacs. And so this is where the chaos is going to be. And teams like Rumblers and T8 can just sit back and wait for the next circle as everything else unfolds. Circle is there. This is going to be really tough for the Rumblers to make a move.
It's 4F to deal with Luke as well. It just leaves Kurt left for TSM now. And he was the one trying to play kind of off away from the shack here. So, I don't know, he's found himself a spot to really hunker down in. As you can see now, a lot of pressure coming onto the Rumblers. Lost will get knocked and flushed almost instantly now. Even only 3 members left, and I'm not even sure what they can cling onto in this circle now.
All right, Valley has been playing.
Just a defilade.
Valley's been playing very, very well right now. Vegas inching. Vegas the inchworm, trying to find his way out. Everyone is watching him, looking to get the finish. Waldo down to 9 HP, but does get the heal back up. Vegas ultimately goes down to William, who takes him out. Down to 4 teams. T8 with 4. Afromaniacs with 4, Rumblers with 2, and TSM down to 1 as they got stuck inside of a meat grinder. 4F decides to go ahead and hard push, and they do so. TSM is out yet again, though. They finish in the top 4. That does make it anybody's game up here on top. Rumblers would love to win this one, but they are down in numbers. Afromaniacs show trying to lead this thing as they go around the right side. I'm not sure if they know exactly where the Rumblers are, though, because they've been relatively quiet during these fights.
Yeah, that's it. They try and flex out from their position. I mean, Show's got himself pretty close by. Rumblers really in a position. Here you go. This is how close he's got. He does actually come up. There you go. Wimu open up the knock onto Waldo, leaves it wide open for Lyshow to clean him up.
Big play for the show as the Rumblers go out. 4 men from Tactical 8, 3 from 4F as the fight goes on. Tactical 8 very quickly moves towards the middle of the circle, looking to secure themselves that center spot. They've got the high ground. They've got a car. If it was Zampa, he'd be rolling that downhill right now as he ran behind it. Tactical 8 trying to slide up and find themselves a shot on 4F. I love their spread right now, but 4F, for only having 3 teams, is doing a very good job of spreading those players out to make sure that no one pushes them. If they get knocked, though, Hypoc, there's not a lot of chances to res. The second a knock comes out, Tactical 8 will grind this push.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a stalemate developed.
Wait a minute.
He's Steezy actually catches a headshot from Supernova there. A little bit of return damage, but no knock coming back either way. As Crop actually will find Light Show.
There's the knock. That's the knock. It should trigger the push by Tactical 8. 1 man down. Greg Shot trying to hold the line. His show has been knocked. TA can come up around the outside. Detonator gets the flash ready. Going to go for a pop flash right over the top of the hill and hopefully follow.
No.
Steezy is down. No. Nice plays by Greg Shot. Down to 1 player from T8. He looks for the flush point. He knows where the last player is. It's down to a 1v1. Supernova goes for the spray, but Tactical 8 pulls out a great win. 11 kills, almost 3k damage, and defends. They had the advantage, they lost the advantage, and they won in the 1v1. Tactical 8 plays the end of that as perfect as can be, but I'll be honest, Hypoc, they had help from a whole lot of different people sort of in the end of that circle.
You say perfect. I mean, that was dicey there. I mean, they were sat back kind of not really wanting to take control of that end game, at least the closing of that game when it was coming down to the start. I mean, Greg Shot finding 3 huge knocks, unfortunately not able to, I guess, time things right there and take the 2v1 at the end and make it as difficult as possible, but a Godrich being the deciding factor there for Tactical 8 to close that one out. But yeah, what an interesting end game with the way that's set out, with Rumblers able to get their way into the south side, TSM surviving way longer than they had any business doing as well.
Yeah. I think that T8 played that very well, sort of in that Oath engagement. Oath goes down, the split, the management of that sort of mid-end game. And then, like you said, we saw that knock. I thought T8 would do once show goes down, that's a very easy north sweep 3-man, like sort of roll 3,
should be the green light for them.
Yeah, exactly. Pull it down. You've got 4 versus 2 at that point. Yeah. And then, like you said, I think there was a bit of miscommunication. I would assume comms got a little bit wily there for a bit. And you can see what it cost you. I think that's, I've never played at the pro level, but if I had to make a recommendation in sort of hierarchy of things to train, comms during stressful moments is definitely one of them. And we saw that, I think, at the end of that game, where comms can really cost you everything or gain you everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also on the side of Affamaniacs, right? As soon as Greg Shot finds, I gotta say it, the first knock, sure, the second knock, at that point, if I'm Greg's teammate there, I'm making a push. Like, I want to make sure that in the the most unlikely of scenarios where he then finds a third knock, that I'm in a position to then help him out ultimately.
It's interesting when you talk about the end of that game. Guys, we're just going to hold here, waiting for the final scores. So don't go anywhere. We'll have that for you in just a second. But when you talk about the end of that game, Greg got the double. And then there's a tough choice that's presented, Hypoc. When you get that double knock, you either rotate away from the knocks to try to go for the final kill, or you go for the 2 flushes sort of in the same spot. But that leaves you accessible longer. What's the right? He chose to go for flushes. And that may have cost him the game. Would you have done that?
It's a very, very, specific situation. But right there, I mean, the circle's closing in. Unless you think that you're not able to ride the game out until the blue can confirm those kills for you, go for the flushes. But I mean, for a split second, leaving himself open a little more damage, and he can't then obviously set up to. I mean, you can't take anything away from them. The fact that he found those 3 knocks in that scenario anyway, it's difficult to sit here and kind of correct that mistake. But
it's true.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 sides to the coin there. Ultimately, once they then get the man advantage back in their favor, they can maybe slow things down a little bit. But it's such a high pressure scenario that you can't expect that to be, the plan going into it.
It's our job to sit here from a hindsight perspective,
Backseat
from the
game,
eye
man,
in the sky, and totally come up with ideas. The reality is these players left it all on the field today. It was legendary fights from start to finish. We have the final scoreboard from day number 1 of PCS4 Americas. This is where it stands. from this match. Tactical 8 comes out, 21 total points, 11 kills. The Rumblers, who were hustling for most of that game, get themselves 8. Afromaniacs at 13. And then, yet again, TSM finds themselves with 8 points in the top 4, Hypok.
Yeah, their worst game of the night is 8 points. And actually, some teams, their best game of the night is 8 points. So this is the thing, right? When they're performing like this and they can turn into what I keep calling is their coast mode, right? Which is where they don't need to worry about 90% of the pressures that other teams are dealing with, which is like rotations and dealing with the circle and things like that. Right, let's set up on the north and look for some kills. And when you're finding 5 or 6 kills coming into the circle 4 transition, it's like, well, yeah, let's send it at a compound. If we get it, we can ride it out and play to the late game. It's brutal to be competing against these guys when they play like this.
Well, this is TSM nutshell. They had a bad game, and it's going to bring their points per game average to 14. So this is absolutely wild.
I'm sure they're heartbroken.
They're completely devastated. I'm sure the TSM team back at Central is excited out of their freaking mind, as they should be, because let's look at the final scores. I guarantee TSM is up on top of it with 72 points. They are ahead of their leaders, like the head of the second place team, by more than like the 11th through 16th teams have even gotten. This is obscene how many points these guys have put up. Spicy Fish having a heck of a tournament start as well with 53. Zenith and Rumblers bringing that up behind, and Dodge and Tactical 8 keeping pace. As you look at this, Hypok, wrapping up our night, what stands out to you besides just TSM seems absolutely unstoppable?
No, I mean, really, if you got to look at this in the way that these lobbies are split, right? So yes, TSM's lead is great, but looking at it, it's effectively a 20-point buffer to second, which is a Group B team, and then Group A next team is Zenith, and I mean, I'm going to go ahead and call that a 30-point gap. I'm sure nobody's going to hate me for that. And then Rumblers beyond that, you then get into 37 points. It's nearly 40 points between like the top 3 of just that group, right? And with the way this plays out, you don't want to be kind of chasing the other team. So once we've got a full set of lobby games through, we'll have a better idea. But with how top heavy this is terrifying with this 3-group rotation setup.
Absolutely. In fact, just to remind everybody, as you look at that scoreboard, if we can get a chance, let's pull back up all of the groups so we can show you who is going to be playing tomorrow, as Group C will be entering the fray. And to be honest, Hypok, the first 2 teams that I see there in particular, Sonics and 300, if you go back to ESL, those are 2 teams who were not slouching by any means. And Sonics had a sub. Tomorrow, Mime comes back, my guy.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, if we continue with the same kind of discussion, right, is Sonics and 300 potentially 2 teams that can, within their group at least, kind of farm, right, and pull ahead and it be very top heavy again on an 8-team level here. Really, that's terrifying considering it's top 6. Then you go to last chance qualifiers. Really, if you take 2 teams from each group, if it's so top heavy like that across each day, the middle of the pack teams are going to suffer big time for it.
Absolutely. And so you see the teams that are going to be playing here tomorrow. TSM is not on that list. They get to sit back and enjoy the show, and I would argue that that's well earned. After today, you deserve a day off. So they're going to watch and see what happens as Sonics returns to the fight. Exciting tomorrow, though, Hypok. Edge and Sonics take the field together for the first time. I want to see if Edge is willing to put their money where their mouth is. You think they're going to do it?
I hope so. From what we've seen today, yes, I hope so.
Well, that is pretty much all that we have for you guys today. It has been an absolute pleasure casting for you and hanging out with Hypok for a couple of hours. I'm glad PCS is back. It's a lot of fun, and not just because I get to have a cool background in my office. It's because it's just fun to watch this much PUBG. Hypok, any final thoughts before we call it a night?
No, hey, good first day for TSM, right? No shocker there. Again, for me, I hope they can, because it's so damn good to watch them play like this and just do what they do best, which is just this kind of comfortable coasting deathmatch play style. I absolutely love it.
I absolutely love it as well. It has been so much fun to watch today. You know, I don't do favoritism. I'm not going to say that any team seems completely
No.
unstoppable. I am, however, going to ask the alpaca what he thinks because he can have opinions. He's not a caster. TSM is going to dominate and destroying everybody. I think you're probably right.
Shocking.
So it's shocking, right? He's such favoritism for SDK. It's been wild for so long. That said, guys, it's been fun. We had a great day. This is just the start. We've got 30 rounds of PUBG coming down the pipeline, and that's just to determine who gets to the finals. Then we've got last chance. In fact, let's throw up the format real quick to remind everybody of how chaotic this is going to be. We are determining who goes to the grand final, then who goes to the last chance qualifier. Then you get to watch the last chance qualifier to see which 4 teams go in through another 12 games to earn their spot in the grand finals, which will be another 36 games. It's time to put your big boy PUBG pants on, make some popcorn, and settle in for a wild month of play, as it should be. Money
This
on
is
the
just
line.
a start.
And right? I'm glad I'm not casting tomorrow. I don't think I can handle it. Pac, however, is here every single day to guide you through this with his expertise. So settle in, prepare for some Hype Pac analysis. I'll see you guys next week. Thank you so much for dealing with my cast and letting me hang out. Thank you so much for being a great co-caster, Hype Pac, and everybody on the production team. You guys killed it. But most importantly, you guys watching, you're the MVPs. You're what helps makes this thing possible. Thank you for choosing to be here. And until I see you again next week, play more PUBG.
Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right. I'm just going with the gut. Never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler. Call them back, girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging me, go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right.